tous. Je suis Aline Derderian. Je vais commencer une petite introduction en français et je switcherai tout de suite en anglais puisque la conversation va se passer plus ou moins dans les deux langues. J'aimerais donc commencer cette journée par une citation de Armenian Ohanian, donc auteure, poétesse, danseuse d'origine arménienne, entre autres, et par cette citation d'un ouvrage qu'elle a écrit en 1922, édité chez Paris Grasset, Dans les griffes de la civilisation. Peut-être l'ai-je adopté cette barbarie en même temps que les voiles de ces danseuses, d'où vient que j'ai en moi si peu de résignation aux fatalités du sort, d'où vient qu'issu d'un peuple qui porte des chaînes depuis des siècles, je ne supporte ni le poids des robes, ni celui de l'amour. Malheur à celui qui, comme moi, nourri par une nomade, porterait toute la lassitude d'un peuple vieilli par l'âge et les souffrances, quelle âme et quel pays pourrait lui servir d'asile. Ainsi, les mots d'Armène Ohanian résonnent particulièrement en chacun de sa première aujourd'hui. Les Arméniennes et les Arméniens, un peuple las, enchaîné, exilé, qui s'est au cours de l'histoire caractérisé par ses blessures dont il a fait une force, un patrimoine, un héritage que ses descendantes et ses descendants, nés sur ces terres et partout ailleurs, ont à cœur de transmettre. Peut-être par besoin vital de reconnaissance des trajectoires de leurs ancêtres, ou bien par nécessité identitaire. Le fait est que la célébration de l'arménité, au cœur des présentations auxquelles nous allons assister, s'articule en chacune et chacun, selon des chemins et des motifs uniques, souvent autobiographiques, mais aussi comme sujet de recherche à part entière. Qu'il s'agisse de chorégraphie, qui puise dans les souvenirs d'une mémoire collective racontée, de la transmission de celle-ci à un public étranger, ou encore de ce qu'une approche créative diasporique des pratiques corporelles ou artistiques fait à celles et ceux qui les pratiquent. Nous verrons également à quel point il est important que ces gestes et techniques puissent avoir des témoins presque neutres, c'est-à-dire des témoins qui, en recevant ces œuvres, ces paroles et autres fragments mémoriels, contribuent à la diffusion de la culture et de l'artisterie d'un peuple que nous ne pouvons résoudre encore à sa figure de martyr. Ainsi, Dancing Beyond Memories, Armenian Cultural Heritage and Corporeality est un projet pour lequel il m'a fallu plusieurs mois, en vue de réunir une communauté d'artistes d'origine arménienne ou en diaspora, dont j'ai souhaité comprendre les parcours artistiques avant de pouvoir imaginer une future conversation croisée entre elles et eux, et celles et ceux qui nous font l'honneur de consacrer des travaux de recherche et de création à notre folklore et nos racines. J'aimerais donc à ce titre remercier chaleureusement les personnes qui ont accepté avec enthousiasme de porter avec moi ce projet qui prend aujourd'hui la forme d'une rencontre digitale pour l'heure. Le comité scientifique, Marie-Noël Semé-Aviaras, Tony Thatcher, Aza Ben Shaban, Ioanna Bili, Valeria de la Valle. Le centre parisien de l'Université de Chicago qui a généreusement témoigné son soutien et proposé d'ouvrir ses portes. L'unité de recherche, pratique et théorie de l'art contemporain, ainsi que l'école doctorale Arts, Lettres, Langues de l'Université Rennes 2. D'autre part, le comité d'organisation, sans qui il aurait été impossible de mener à bien la coordination distancielle d'un événement qui regroupe 6 fuseaux horaires et avec les complexités logistiques que la situation sanitaire impose. Enfin, l'artiste pédagogue et chorégraphe Hasmik Tangyan, qui depuis Yerevan où elle vit et travaille, a joué le rôle essentiel de médiatrice, me permettant de rassembler une majorité des personnalités avec qui nous allons avoir la chance de discuter aujourd'hui. I right away switch to English in order to translate what I just said, and because today's conference will be in English with subtitles when possible. I just would like to start today's conference by quoting Armenian Ohanian, and by a quote she's written in 1922 in her book Dans les griffes de la civilisation, edited at Paris Grasset. Perhaps had I adopted the barbarity at the same time as the veils of her dancers? How come do I hold so little resignation to the fatalities of fate? How come that belonging to a place that was chained for centuries, I neither bathe the weight of dresses nor the one of love? Beware the one like me, who fed by a nomad would carry all the weariness of a place, aged by too much suffering, rich soul and land could use as a refuge. Hence the words of Armenian Ohanian, in each artist and scholar represented today, Armenians, wearied people for they were chained, exiled, and who managed to turn their sorrow and tragedies into a strength, a legacy, a heritage that their descendants, regardless of where they were born, are willing and committed to embrace, survive, and transmit. One might say it is a vital need of recognition for what our ancestors endured, or the inexorable identity quest. The fact is that the celebration of Armenianness is more or less directly at the heart of the presentations we're about to witness, often emerging from an autobiographic perspective, but also envisioned as a veritable research topic. Whether we look at choreographies, drawing collected memories artists were told, transmitting them to a foreign audience, or question what a diasporic creative approach to bodily/artistic practices does to those who perform them. We will see how important it is that the gestures and techniques employed are being shared to those I will call almost neutral witnesses. In other words, witnesses whom by receiving these pieces, artifacts, memorial fragments, participate to the diffusion of a culture and the folk of a community that we can no longer resume to its multi-figure. Dancing Beyond Memories, Armenian Cultural Heritage and Corporeality is a project that took quite some time in view of gathering a practice and research community of artists of Armenian heritage or in diaspora, try to understand their creative journeys in order to imagine a future grouped conversation which will enable their work and reflections to intertwine with the researchers of those who make us the honest to dissect our traditions and art roots. I therefore would like to say huge thanks to people who accepted to join me with great enthusiasm to articulate and curate this project, which today takes place and takes the shape of a digital conference. The scientific committee, Marie-Noël Semi-Aviaras, Tony Thatcher, Aza Ben Shaban, Ioanna Bili, Valeria de la Valle. The University of Chicago Center in Paris for their generous support and for offering to host us. Practice and Theory of Contemporary Art Units, as well as the Arts, Letters and Languages Doctoral School of Université Rennes. Furthermore, the coordinating team without whom it would have been impossible to put up an event that involves 6 different time zones and in consideration of the sanitary restrictions. Finally, the Yerevan-based artist, choreographer and pedagogue Hasmik Tangyan, who played a key role in introducing me to many of the personalities we will hear today. Thanks for hearing me out. I will now give the floor to Valeria de la Valle, who will introduce the first section of today's event. Thank you.
Thanks, Aline, and welcome everyone. I would like to open today's event and the first section, Decentralized Culture, Survival, Celebration, Diffusion, with the introduction of Abel Boyajan's book, Legends and Poems of Armenia, written in 1916. This introduction was itself written the same year by Lord James Bryce, British historian and diplomat, who was then commissioned by the British government and Her Majesty the Queen to collect and gather documents from various sources of faith in order to unveil the treatment of Armenians in the Ottoman Empire. Quote, one of the most interesting features in the history of Armenian art is that it displays in its successive stages the various influences to which the country has been subject. Ever since it became Christian, it was a territory fought for by diverse empires of different creeds, unquote. Whether it is common ground to us that Armenians have suffered centuries of oppression and misfortunes, one can say that the strength and pride of its people and diaspora lean between its relentless effort to ensure the prosperity of its heritage and the diffusion of its culture, symbols, and traditions. Acknowledging Armenianness that we understand as the quality of state of Armenian, regardless of where one was born. Two presentations by artists Hasmik Tangyan and Theia Maldoom will try to demonstrate how patriotism, inclusiveness, and transmission remain some of the key features to witness, embody, and interrogate Armenianness. Taking into consideration the importance of looking at contemporary art from a decentralized perspective, it is also of great question how some artists will take part to the creation of a transcultural identity by celebrating, convey, embrace a Westernly minor cultural heritage. For this matter, sharing British Indian scholar Royona Mitra's thesis, Cerebrality, Rewriting Corporality of a Transcultural Dancer, in which she stresses the complex identity of the diasporic dancer, quote, threatening the purity of a singular performance discipline, unquote. that she defines as a liminal reality, the work of Margot de Kerangat and Oscar Viguier appear to be extremely relevant. So I will now introduce the first artist behind today's first presentation. Hasmik Tangyan is a performer, choreographer, and dance therapist based in Yerevan, Armenia. In 2011, she founded the Art Therapy Center in Yerevan, where she works as a dance therapist with children and adults with different abilities. Together with Arutium Alpetian in 2018, Hasmik co-founded the contemporary choreography lab, Coco Lab Armenia, where she is currently running the contemporary dance school. Hasmik, welcome. Whenever you're ready, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for presenting me. Thank you all for your time. I'm very excited to meet you all here and share my experience with you. Honestly, this is the first time I'm having a chance to present my work in such a format. Also, this is the first time I'm requested to talk about all dimensions of my work. Thank you so much, Aline, for inviting me to be part of your research. You probably can't imagine how much this opportunity means to me as a contemporary dancer living and working in Armenia, where my work meets quite a contradictory attitude from both professional and non-professional local audience. Why contradictory? This contradiction comes from a basic question whether I am or I'm not an artist, whether I am or I'm not a contemporary dancer or anything else. For some I am, but for the majority I am not. And what I do has nothing to do with arts. And there are those who even believe that my practices are rather dangerous or harmful for the true art as it is imagined in Armenia. As some commented, I'm sort of poisoning the local cultural heritage and the local aesthetic values. I wanted to highlight these points because they were important for me personally to understand how my work is locally received. So I structured my presentation to focus on 3 dimensions of my work: teaching experience, therapeutic work, and my creations, the performances. I will share my screen now. The teaching I used to do is very much linked to my self-education. While I dance since my childhood, and the dance occupied my thinking a lot, but I don't have an academic education on dance. Actually, in my high school years, which was, by the way, an art school, it was already quite clear to me, probably based on intuition, that ballet and the national dances were not my cup of tea, and I aimed at something more than just be a performer in a classic way. Also, there were not any department in universities for contemporary dance or modern dance. So the best option for me seemed to study art history and theory at the Academy of Fine Arts. I was quite lucky to have a really good professor on contemporary art, Vartan Azatyan, an art historian, researcher, thinker, and the co-founder of the Ashot Ovanesyan Research Institute in the Humanities. I really wanted to mention his name because he played a huge role in my life. He opened my mind and taught me to feel the contemporary art, read contemporary art. His classes made me reflect and rethink the dance I do. So see it from different perspectives and do more research on performance art, modern and contemporary dance, body issues, and more related things. Eventually, I started shifting from art theory towards more practical things like participating in contemporary dance and movement workshops and other related practices, mostly out of Armenia. Everything I learned, I wanted to share with others and practice with others. This is where the teaching came in. I could engage some of my friends to get together and start classes, like group that would experiment with improvisation, body movement, and dance. I would like to mention about the meeting with Georgia Nardin and Valeria Castellaneta in 2014. They visited Armenia with a project called Youth, and they were looking for a group or a company to make to do workshops and then have a production, a small performance. They met different companies here. They also met with me. We discussed a lot the topic, and I was very happy that they chose my group to make these workshops and the production. And the reason was that my group wasn't like the participants in my group were not stylized contemporary dancers, so they had this free movement and free approach to the body and the movement, and this was for me very honorable because I just started teaching, and Georgia mentioned about the very important qualities for my group. So here in this images, you can see Georgia with a group sharing some images and a small image from the production, from the last video that we made. So teaching helped me to not be alone in my experiments, but most importantly, I learned, and I still learn by teaching. As I said, teaching helped me find people to perform with, to develop performances, to research. And it is interesting, I always would work with non-professional dancers, since in fact they proved to have more interest and motivation to work with body, with free movement, to develop their body awareness, compared to local professional dancers. I think one of the reasons for this was the fact that my teaching experience was largely based on the relationship of body and mind, somatic practices, rather than learning different dance techniques and routines. This teaching practice finally resulted in creating Coco Lab, the contemporary choreography lab, where the core element is the more formalized dance school involving theory and practical classes. Slowly but finally, we could engage some professional dancers in our projects, and at this moment, in the frames of supporting young choreographers program. In the frames of this program, we have a young and very talented choreographer, Anur Sarkisyan. She's doing her project with 8 professional dancers, and the result will be a production in July. We are very much looking forward to this. And I would like to show a small video made by one of Coco Lab students about our classes, and just to have an idea how the classes are happening. So this is the school where I work, and I will quickly go to the studio already. Wait. Okay. As you see, people of different ages can attend the classes, experiment, move, and feel the moments of freedom for their bodies. Okay, that's all for my teaching experience, and now I will move forward to my therapeutic work. Yeah, I do dance movement therapy since 2011 with kids and teens with special needs, specifically people with autism. With my colleagues, I founded the Art Therapy Center, where we offer therapeutic, developmental, and rehabilitation services. I'm a trained certified dance therapist. This dance therapy practice helped me develop better understanding of the essence of body movement, analyze the movement, and also help others to recognize and identify their emotions, feelings, raise individual body awareness, and enable senses to recognize what appears before them and surrounds them. Besides therapeutic work, I was also always interested in just creating processes with them. So I staged a couple of inclusive performances, mixing together kids with different abilities. Here in these images, you see 3 different teenagers with autism, and in this performance we created different solo projects like based on their own interests. This was a really nice and beautiful performance. And finally, I will go forward to my performances. So here are some images, some works before 2017. I actually divide my my works in 2 parts, before 2017 and after. This is very much connected with the approaches I had before and after. This is my first quite big performance. Sorry. The vacuum. At this time, I was already teaching, and I had different groups of different ages, kids, teens, and adults. And I decided to make a performance mix, bring all of them together in one performance. So I decided to make it not on a stage, but near the Yerevan lake. It is quite beautiful lake in Armenia. And also connect this performance with Armenian avant-garde composer Aline Derderian, because he passed away many years ago, but he had a beautiful house near this lake. So we used his house and the church and this shore, and made a really beautiful performance. This is some images from this performance. These are kids part, these are teens part, and we all together. And yes, actually, the topic of inclusion was always interesting to me, and I always somehow touching the topics of disability, of the body, of differences, and related topics. And this performance called in Armenian Voteris, literally translated into English, it will be how from my feet, from my legs, something like this, but it doesn't have any meaning. We use this word when we want to say that I don't care, but we have this word that has inside the word leg. And I decided to touch topic about the corrupt relationship between a girl with disability and her director. At that time, many inclusive performances just came into Armenia, and I had a bit of criticizing approach, like how these inclusive performances were happening, and I decided to make a performance to show this criticism from our side. And in this picture you can see a girl with who had some problems with walking and with her legs, and we staged together this performance. She had the solo parts and different interesting interventions. This is another performance called Pool Party. At this time, I already started using a lot of performance art and contemporary dance, like mixing together. So not only doing just the choreographic stuff, but making it more close to performance art, because among my friends, there were musicians and different artists who were interested to move together and be part of a group. So I was sort of teaching them the body awareness and working with the body, and we all together started collaborate and create performances. Then I did this performance called Sırban. Sırban also has the word itself has this wording game inside. We are not using in Armenia this word a lot. It's coming from more from Western Armenian language. Literally, it means anus. But in the word in Armenian there is this word sırpel, like clean, and also holiness, surp, holy. So I chose this word for the title of our performance because the performance was about digesting sort of pop songs from our childhood and all the cliches connected women body and sexuality. Yeah. Then later on 2017, I transformed this performance a bit and I called it with different name. Girl is a girl is a girl is a girl. And I invited a transgender person to dance with my partner. So they danced together, and I could work more on a choreography. Well, after the Serban, I made this performance called "There Is Something in Me." Actually, I don't have a normal image or picture from the performance itself because it was too dark and no one could take a normal picture. But this image is from the video that I showed during the performance. The performance I did, during the whole performance, I was running on a treadmill and changing different clothes. So you can imagine how this is difficult to run and change different clothes. But the idea was to show, because that day we were having an elections in Armenia, and it happens like that I've never participated in any elections because always I had something more important to do, like a performance, dancing or something else, but so I couldn't participate in elections. And I wanted to show that I'm running all the time, I'm changing my clothes, changing my decisions. There is no common decision, and we're changing all the politicians, and so many changes, so many choices, but there is one place for all of us, which is not the politics, where we feel our body comfortable and we feel good ourselves. And I showed my video when I'm in a bath and enjoying the water and my body. So this was this kind of performance. I was very happy because in 2016 I met a Turkish girl, Duygu Bostancı. She was doing her art residency in Armenia. And we met, we decided to make, she invited me to make this performance together, connected with the borders between Turkey and Armenia, and find common things that can kind of break this border and come together. We found different and a lot of words, common words that we are using, but many of us even don't know that this word is coming from Turkey, or Turkish people also using this word for the same object. And we found many this kind of words, and we make a performance on this topic. From this performance called "I'm on you, you are on me," I was at that time I was maybe a bit younger and doing more provocative stuff, and not analyzing a lot, like what kind of impacts will have the performance. But I was but I wanted to show different things and see how the public will react. And as you see, like many of my performances, I did not on the stage. They are mostly on the streets, on different places, but not on the stage. So this one also was on a street, and I invited one of my students to make it together. We were rolling on a very long street in Yerevan, rolling together, moving, and dancing together. And from this point, people started to think that my works are very connected with LGBT activism. I maybe sometimes I was touching these LGBT issues, but not from the activism side, because I wanted to show the love in general, like what is love, and the love is very fragile everywhere, like in the street, at home, and everywhere it is very fragile and unprotected. And love is unprotected when there is no love at all. So love was connected with the topic in general, not only the LGBT issues. From 2017, something started to be changed in my works, and I started to research more my body and like identity issues, and also I was questioning a lot, like how my body appears in front of the audience, like how am I when I'm in front of the performance. So what happens when I appear in front of someone else, and I trying to show some attempts, to perform. Like this was an attempt to perform, like this is another performance which is very important for me to share with you. This performance called Polyphonias, the Janka Rudzka project, which was a collaboration with choreographers from Poznan, from Poland, Joanna Leśnierowska and Janusz Orlik. They were the choreographers. And they brought together people from Brazil, from Georgia, from Armenia, and from Poland. This was a research-based performance. We were asked to research our own national non-stylized dances before, and then we came together in Poland. We researched together during a month. We shared this experience to each other. We all learned all the national dances, like Armenian, Brazilian, samba, Georgian dances, Polish polkas, different dances. And then we created a piece which was like a techno folk piece. Was a disco and folk dances all together. This was a really beautiful performance, so much colors, but at the same time a lot of national dances inside. First time when I was participating in this performance, it wasn't that much understandable for me what I'm doing. But then 1 year later, when I went again to participate in this performance, I started to have really deep feelings towards my culture and towards my national dances. I started to feel it from really deep inside, what what each movement can give you, can give your body, and how your body can be transformed to understand and to feel this folk movements. Yeah. This is from one of my last collaborations with an artist, Jan Doms, who was in Armenia and doing his exhibition here. He's a visual artist and working with glass and making really good sculptures. And we decided to have a collaboration with poetry, with different artists doing poetry, with a movement, and with his beautiful glass sculptures. This is a performance that we did with two CocoLab students in Switzerland during our residency project, and this performance called Theia. Theia is coming from our childhood games when we were kind of doing Theia and choosing like who is with who in the games. And Theia is a performance where we represent the ribbon game played mostly by girls in the yards. The game is played with two players whose bodies are bound to each other with rubber strings. The third player's function is to play with the strings. The original game contains various movement sequences, songs, words, short poetry, poems, and tongue twisters. Together with Mary and Vanuhi, two students from CocoLab, we research the games commonly played in times of our childhood, but currently much less popular and less played. And we chose this one for this performance. We transform and rebuild the original game, where we explore the presence of the childhood memories incorporated in our bodies. The transformation of those games is a possibility for going back in history, examining the influences the child's body and the child's body get, and seeing this change. The transformed body reveals the traces of political and patriarchal systems of the past, thus becoming an object of research. The place was really beautiful. This was an old factory, and you can see in this image how we are bound to each other with this ribbon, huge, like very long ribbon. Well, and finally, I would love to present this work. It's called Huzang Kuzang, literally translated excitement and ring, which was a performative art project, synthesizes contemporary dance and poetry. This was collaboration with Armenian contemporary poet Lilith Petrosyan, and other different artists, musicians, graphics designers, a beautiful and very talented painter, artist Albert Grigorian. The performance was a research-based experimental rereading of 1920s futurist poetry. Kara Darvish, Azad Vishtuni, Gevorg Abov, intervened by Lilith Petrosyan's poetry and by me with my movements. We took futurist poetry as a future voice of the past, which is coming to declare our presence through parking creative labor, through a human-based moving laboratories, experiments, and female bodies' public emancipation through making art. Xuân-Lan questions the public perceptions of female behavior, way of talking and moving in public. The performance wasn't accepted good from the side of audience. After the performance, the internet was full of really bad comments on what we did. Even a lot of ultra nationalist activists came to interrupt the performance, and they were there during the performance. They interrupted a day before during a general, how we say it, like during the last rehearsal. So we couldn't make it at all. And then they came again during the final performance. So we were hardly could manage make it as we planned before, because there were many people attacking on us, like literally attacking, cutting the lines of for the music, like for the sound system, cutting the lines, throwing some green liquids, zelionkas on us. And but we did it. We finished it as we planned. But after that performance, like months, they were commenting on the internet, saying so many bad things about us. And well, yeah, this was a bit scaring, because they were following, they were commenting all the time, even not only the non-professional audience, but also some of the cultural actors, like cultural actors. After Xuân-Lan, it was quite difficult for me to move forward and easily do another performance, because what was the mainly people were saying that you can do this kind of experimental things in the art centers, but not outside in the public. So go your art centers, close the door and do inside whatever you want, but outside in the public spaces, you are not allowed to do this kind of experimental work. Well, it was quite difficult for me then to do another piece. So I was more concentrated on my kids, on my teaching, on my researching, collaborating with different people, but not doing my own stuff. And just one year ago, when the corona just started, I wanted to make something, and I decided to start a video series. Video series of broken objects, and make choreographies with them. And in this work, this is my recent work, I create choreography with this broken plate. And here the choreographer's intervention is present merely as a memory, and questions the forces that initiate and then stop the movement. So this video is about it. Now I realize that I probably have developed some fears that my work is not going to be accepted again, which wasn't the case before 2017. At some at some point, this rather an abstract acceptance became an important criteria to move on with the idea or not. I now realize there was always one issue involved in all my works, which is the issue of boundaries and subtle boundary between professional and non-professional dance, art and non-art, artists and non-artists, Armenian and non-Armenian, heterosexual and homosexual, feminist or non-feminist, activist and non-activist. The other reason can be also the topics that started to be interesting to me. Since 2017, my work comprises confronting and researching the historical and national identity issues within the development of contemporary dance in Armenia. In my choreographic works, I explore the transformations of games, daily life routines, and objects as possibilities for going back historically and analyzing the influences on the body. In my performances, I question how the improvisational performances, dance, and installation settings affect and change the perception of time and space, body, and movement for the audience. So that's all for my presentation. I hope that wasn't so boring and long.
It was absolutely fascinating, Hasmik. John, thank you very, very much. I'm very admirative of your work in the first place, so I'm super happy that you're here sharing it with us. And out of the million questions that I have for you, I have to select one because I'm a bit, content with the time. But yeah, like, I mean, you've explored so many different methodologies and I don't know, I feel like you've been on like so many different creative journeys that it is really hard to select, but like there's so many things that, like, so many features that seem to appear and emerge from the, let's say, 3 sections of your practice. But the first question that I would like to ask you is, perhaps, like, because we mentioned the complexities that it is for you to be able to perform, and that you were most of the time performing outside, or at least in what we would call alternative spaces. So I guess, like, it's a 2 sort of answers question, but like, first of all, I'm a bit curious about the local contemporary art scene and the reception of your work from these people, and if you get any support from them at all.
You mean contemporary art scene, not the dance scene, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I feel like there's a performative aspect to your dance practice anyhow. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I can say that from contemporary art scene, I have the support. The curators are inviting me to be part of the exhibitions, like visual art exhibitions. I participated with my last video in 2 exhibitions during this 1 year, and both were visual art exhibitions. So the support from contemporary art scene is more than from contemporary dance scene in Armenia, because there are not many dancers here, but there is a big competition, let's say, and there is now this unity and sort of support to each other. This is more still on a competition level.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I would like to ask if people from the audience have a question before I jump on, because otherwise I'll never stop. But does anybody have a question for Hasmik?
I do. So it's really interesting that there's 2 sides of the message. There's one within Armenia, and there's also a more expanded interaction with the different cultures, also outside Armenia. And I was thinking, how is the interaction with the artists from other cultures empowering your message and your artistic practice?
It's a very interesting question, because first of all, that I mentioned about the performance that we did in Poland, together with Brazilian people, Georgian people, Polish people. I mean, at that time, I first time in my life, I realized how many important things different cultures has inside. So, well, we can talk about it. We can say it in a theory, but when you are experiencing it practically, and listening the stories behind the movement, stories of their ancestors, the religion, about the religion, or different stories behind it, then you realize how important to know about it, and this can influence on you and make you more appreciative, more attentive, more like to research it more, to strive you research it more, and be how to say, be modest more, because your ancestors, your friends' ancestors from Brazil, they did quite a lot of work to keep this traditions, this dances, this culture, to bring you, and it is very important from your side also to just to pay attention and learn it. I don't know if I answered to your question.
Yes, thank you, Hasmik.
I have another question that is absolutely not related to what you just said, but you mentioned, like, in the beginning of your presentation, the complexity of the training in regards to contemporary dance, for example. That one art teacher that you had in history of art was very important for you in that regards. And so I'm very curious about what are your contemporary dance or contemporary dance practices influences, because you mentioned, and I mean, I know a little bit about your work, so I know you're very much close to somatic practices, for example, and I'm just curious about both your influences and the training that you got. Like, was it a self-training that you had out of, like, where did you get the resources in order to reach a certain technique, basically?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because during this last, I can say 10 years, I was researching a lot the history of contemporary dance and modern dance. And I can say why I'm dividing a bit my work before 2017 and after, because I think before 2017, my works were sort of digestion process of what I was learning from the internet, from the books, like from reading, from talking to many people, from meeting different artists from abroad. Like I was having a lot of influences. Like I was very open to try and to experience many things, and I could have influences of visual artists, of performers, from different people. And in the beginning, like coming from art history and theory, I was very much influenced from non-dance. It's interesting because my first interest to dance, to contemporary dance, came from non-dance, from Jerome Bell and from this side. And then I went more to choreographic processes. I was very inspired by Trisha Brown, and then I don't know, I went through all the people. Like I was researching one choreographer, then I wanted to make a reflective performance on this. So so I can mention many people. But also I think I got a lot of influences from the trainers and from the choreographers whose workshops I attended, and I can mention two people like Janusz Orlik from Poland. His workshops meant a lot to me because he's a really good choreographer and a good teacher in this term. And I would love to mention a performance artist, Jasmin Scheitel from Austria. I participated in her performance art workshops 3 years ago, and that was very inspiring to me. I still think about these workshops, and the workshops gave me so many ideas. Yeah.
Thanks for your answer. Anybody else would like to ask a question before we move on to the next presentation at all?
We have seen so many places and diverse locations for your performances. I would like to know the motivation behind the choice of a location for a performance. Is there any meaning behind? Because we have seen that there is so many and diverse places where you choose to perform.
Thank you for the question. I choose places which are interesting to me in terms of the relation between my body, my movements, and the space. First I go to the place and I try to stay there and see if the place and me and my movements can interact to each other, can create something together. I really like to explore the place through my movements. I mean, I'm not choosing the place before. Maybe I choose some places for me, and then I go to see like which one is really can connect with my body and my movements, and then I start researching the place with my dance and movements. And if this connection is happening, and if I feel that my movements now are connected with this place, then I choose this place for the final performance. Well, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe that we're going to run it up here. Hasmik, thank you so much. It really was a true honor to have you chatting and opening the debate, or at least the conversation. I will now give the floor to Valeria for the next presentation. Thanks, Hasmik, a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aline. So the second presentation takes the shape of a short screening. Forget Me Not is a film by French film director Margot de Kerangat and photography director Oscar Viguier. What we're going to see today is the first draft of the film, which might be subjected to a final version later this year. Together, they've approached Aline Derderian in 2020 in the aim of creating a work that poetically and corporally question Armenian roots. The screening will be followed by an interview that we recorded last month with the duo. Thank you.
Merci à Margot et merci Oscar de vous joindre à cette conversation aujourd'hui. Je suis très contente qu'on puisse parler à ces sujets parce que le film il est vraiment magnifique, émouvant et ça m'intéressait vraiment beaucoup d'en parler avec vous. Donc merci. Et je voulais commencer en fait en parlant du rôle de l'empathie dans votre processus artistique parce que en fait vous avez choisi un sujet qui est très loin de votre vécu et du coup ça me paraît intéressant en fait de discuter un peu de l'importance en fait de l'empathie dans le choix du sujet à représenter.
Déjà, Aline, c'est une amie. J'ai eu l'occasion de discuter de beaucoup de choses avec elle depuis ces années. Et notamment de cette culture. Et c'est quelque chose qui m'intriguait beaucoup, qui m'intriguait, qui m'intéressait, parce qu'effectivement, c'est quelque chose qui est assez éloigné. De certaines manières. Et donc, forcément, ça nous a donné envie, par la force des choses, à un moment donné, d'écrire un petit film sur l'histoire d'Aline et sur sa représentation des choses. Et donc, forcément, ça crée de l'empathie parce qu'on est des êtres sensibles, je crois.
Du coup, tout est parti de votre amitié avec Aline, où il y a eu aussi d'autres en fait, moments d'autres sujets qui vous ont intéressé en fait.
Ça dépend de quand on parle, dans le sens où l'histoire d'Aline elle-même, c'est parti forcément avec elle. Après Margot, c'est une amie, moi je ne suis pas du tout une amie, mais son histoire m'intéresse aussi vachement. Après, en ce qui concerne l'Arménie particulièrement, ça fait quand même quelques courtes années, on va dire, que le sujet revient souvent et que le hasard fait que finalement des Arméniens que j'en connais beaucoup maintenant. Parce que c'est aussi une espèce de libération de la parole de ce côté-là chez les jeunes générations, et que forcément c'est une histoire tellement particulière qu'elle intéresse.
Ouais. Et du coup, qu'est-ce que vous avez trouvé intéressant là-dedans, particulièrement intéressant à traduire en forme artistique en fait? C'était quoi dans toute l'histoire d'Aline que vous avez pensé en fait c'était intéressant à traduire d'une manière artistique en fait?
C'est cette espèce de double identité, dans le cas d'Aline, de presque triple identité, mais ça c'est un peu personnel. Mais en tout cas, double identité qui est tellement pas en accord, mais justement éloignée l'une de l'autre, que c'est hyper étonnant. Enfin, c'est ce point-là qui est important à creuser. C'est pourquoi est-ce que tout d'un coup, on se retrouve avec une espèce de double culture radicalement différente. Et je reviens sur le fait que tout à l'heure, tu disais que c'était éloigné de notre histoire, mais au final, moi, ce qui en ressortait pas mal de ce sujet-là, c'est aussi une question d'identité. Enfin, et qui finalement, j'ai l'impression qu'elle est plus large que l'Arménie. C'est pour ça que ce sujet-là, il transcende un peu pas mal de cultures et de frontières, parce que parle d'identité. Et la voix off écrite par Aline, d'ailleurs, elle est super forte là-dessus, c'est qu'elle peut s'appliquer à énormément de cultures différentes.
Oui, c'est ça. Et pourquoi traduire cette histoire dans une forme artistique? Tout simplement parce que il y a un moment donné où je considère que les conversations, c'est bien, mais ça ne suffit pas. Et en tout cas, nous, c'est ce qu'on fait dans nos métiers. On aime faire des films, on aime faire des photos, on aime traduire des choses à travers l'image. Et donc, l'idée de faire une forme poétique comme ça, une forme artistique, c'était vraiment pour essayer de raconter autre chose d'une autre manière que juste à travers une conversation, en fait.
Et en fait, c'est vraiment cette forme poétique qui m'a étonnée. Enfin, vraiment, j'ai vu, en fait, il y avait une liaison très forte entre ces lyrismes et c'est qu'en fait, on racontait. Et
c'est une autre manière de faire à deux déjà, de base. Donc, effectivement, là-dessus, même si effectivement on aurait pu avoir l'envie, par exemple, de juste la filmer face caméra, nous racontant son histoire comme un documentaire un peu plus standard, on va dire. Mais ça s'éloigne de ce qu'on fait d'habitude, dans le sens où c'est vraiment une espèce de style, quoi. Après, de toute façon, Aline est danseuse, et effectivement, d'office, ça évoque quelque chose de l'ordre du lyrisme et de la poésie. Et en plus, en ajoutant certains éléments de costume, notamment traditionnels, etc., je sais pas, naturellement, on est allé vers ça.
C'est ça. On a un amour de base pour le fait de filmer de la danse, Oscar et moi. Donc, en fait, cette rencontre entre Aline, la danse d'Aline, et notre travail, on la voyait en tout cas en mouvement et en image et pas autrement.
Oui, non, mais ça se voit que en fait, tout est hyper lié. Il y a un lyrisme global, en fait. Et c'est un peu... mon impression, c'était vraiment comme si j'étais en train de regarder une poésie. Voilà. En fait, je ne lisais pas, je regardais, mais je regardais quelque chose qui était... une poésie, un poème. Et du coup, c'était intéressant parce que le choix de ces formats, cette forme stylistique et du coup, ça prend du sens de vous voir en connexion avec Aline parce que vous me dites en fait que c'est un peu votre style, du coup tout prend du sens parce que qui d'autre à ce moment pour raconter une histoire pareille, racontée par une personnalité pareille. Après, vous avez dit un truc très intéressant en fait par rapport à l'identité et oui, effectivement, c'est vrai parce que le microcosme de l'histoire personnelle d'Aline, c'est aussi le macrocosme de beaucoup de gens et de générations qui, des cultures différentes qui se trouvent dans la même recherche d'identité. Je voulais savoir, en fait, est-ce que vous avez choisi aussi ce sujet-là pour lui donner pour une volonté de sensibiliser en fait le public ou c'était juste en fait pour raconter l'histoire en soi?
À la toute base, c'est vraiment l'envie de raconter une histoire. Mais par la force des choses, on imagine que ça sensibilise forcément le public. Parce que ça fait écho à tellement de choses, tellement d'histoires, tellement d'identités, tellement de différents territoires. Mais voilà, vraiment à la toute base, je pense que l'envie, c'est de raconter une histoire, presque justement comme un conte, qui est en fait l'histoire d'Aline, mais c'est vrai que tu parlais de poésie, il y a un petit peu ça en fait, c'est comme un conte.
Après, c'est pas le truc du processus créatif de... tu pars d'un espèce de fait assez restreint dans le sens où ça ne... ça n'est que d'une personne, et au final on se rend compte que le projet il grandit et que ça atteint quelque chose de plus grand, et autant plus grand que la personne qu'on va filmer, mais aussi plus grand que nous. Et que ce qui peut-être nous touche en fait nous dépasse, et du coup on se dit ok, cette histoire mérite d'être racontée et vue. Du coup, c'est surtout le vu, et forcément c'est de la sensibilisation au public à ce moment-là.
C'est pas juste une personne, c'est le travail de deux personnes qui travaillent ensemble, et aussi une femme et un homme, on voit les choses de manière différente. Du coup, c'est intéressant de savoir comment vous avez interagi en fait par rapport à tout ça.
Non, c'était assez simple. En fait, c'était assez simple. Non, en fait, de toute façon, ça fait longtemps qu'on travaille ensemble avec Margot. On partage aussi notre quotidien. Du coup, c'était un peu comme une évidence. C'est-à-dire que j'ai l'impression que dans notre forme, on partage entre guillemets les tâches, dans le sens où tout d'un coup, Margot va faire énormément de propositions, justement plus poétiques, etc. Moi, je vais ramener un peu plus de terre à terre, dans le sens où effectivement, des fois, on peut passer des cabrets ou pas, ou pas orchestre. Et finalement, c'est un mélange qui va assez vite. À partir du moment où une histoire nous touche, c'est quelque chose qui va justement nous toucher un peu moins, parce que c'est le sujet où on essaye de quand même se poser la tête. Là, c'était vraiment une...
Oui, on s'est bien entendu. On savait en fait vers quoi on voulait aller. Et du coup, sans détour, mais voilà, à partir du moment où le projet est né, jusqu'à la forme là que vous venez de voir, c'était assez simple. Tant mieux.
Et du coup, quel genre de rapport s'est créé entre le mouvement corporel, du coup la danse d'Aline, et votre choix de reprise filmique, par exemple? Je veux dire, est-ce que la danse d'Aline a été, a donné une indication par rapport à la manière de filmer et au point de vue de la caméra, ou plutôt le contraire? Comment...
En fait, ça dépend. On a fait plusieurs sessions de tournage avec aussi différentes caméras. On a tourné en 16 mm, on a tourné avec une caméra numérique. Donc, ça n'implique pas les mêmes choses. Ça n'implique pas non plus les mêmes mouvements. Et en fait, on a donné pas mal d'indications à Aline à certains moments, notamment sur les... Vraiment, quand on était en numérique, on pouvait donner des indications à Aline et en même temps la laisser faire à l'improvisation. Autant quand on a tourné en pellicule, on avait 2 minutes devant nous de pellicule, donc on savait où on voulait aller. Et là, on a vraiment donné des indications à Aline pour sa danse. Mais après, il y avait aussi beaucoup d'improvisation, beaucoup de liberté. Et je pense que ça se ressent à certains moments sur la plage notamment, où là, Oscar a filmé assez longtemps pour qu'Aline puisse vraiment s'exprimer librement pendant de longues minutes qui étaient très belles à regarder.
En fait, quelle est la raison derrière votre choix de lieu? Parce que ça me semble en fait très symbolique.
La plage. J'ai envie de dire de manière sans raison, parce que la mer, qui me plaît beaucoup. Après, avec raison, sur ces falaises, il y a une espèce de polarité dans ce décor qui, du coup, est en écho avec montre une espèce de structure qui est en dehors
déchirée,
complètement déchirée. Ouais. Et en plus, c'est vrai qu'on avait très envie de grands espaces et de ce petit corps, de ce point cadre contre une énorme falaise, bloquée contre une énorme falaise, et de l'autre côté, beaucoup serré, cette danseuse libre, comme on l'a vu jusqu'à avant. C'est d'ailleurs le plan le plus long du film, toute cette liberté-là qui apparaît. Voilà, ça semble assez évident.
En fait, c'est une espèce de... C'est une liberté qu'elle gagne petit à petit, en fait.
Oui, c'est au début, on n'est pas dans quelque chose de vaste, on est dans quelque chose qu'on est assez gros, on est dans très gros plans. En fait, plus on s'approche de la fin, et plus il y a ce mouvement libre, ces plans larges.
Et du coup, par rapport au processus de recherche que vous avez fait, en fait, une fois que vous avez choisi le sujet, d'accord, mais après, en fait, comment vous avez développé l'idée, en fait, de qu'est-ce qu'il fallait dans tout ça raconter, ce qu'il fallait pas, c'était pas nécessaire de raconter, en fait, sur quoi vous avez voulu mettre le focus, en fait.
Les indications qu'on a données à Aline déjà au moment de l'écriture de la voix, c'était vraiment d'écrire quelque chose de très personnel et de poétique sur sa vision à elle, justement de qu'est-ce que représente son héritage à elle, qu'est-ce que représente sa vision, son interprétation. Et du coup, on lui a demandé aussi d'évoquer justement des souvenirs, de parler de son père qui est arménien. Ça, c'est ce qui me paraissait important, et je pense à Oscar aussi. L'idée, c'était pas justement de parler aussi de conflits, etc., mais de parler de son histoire. Enfin, ça rejoint la question de l'empathie tout à l'heure, en fait. Et en fait, au fur et à mesure de la lecture de cette voix, il y a une lecture, une création qui se fait aussi dans l'image. Qu'est-ce que nous on raconte, comment on construit ça après. On a voulu jouer sur quelques symboles, le symbole de la grenade, cheval qui en fait inspiré, je me permets de prendre des petites notes, d'une Princess of Armenia, de Yerevan à Mississippi. C'est une œuvre de Zabel Ogadian. Et en fait, Aline m'a montré cette œuvre et ça m'a beaucoup inspiré. Et pareil, c'est nous, on s'inspire des choses et après on les réinterprète aussi, Oscar, Aline et moi, à notre manière dans l'image. Pareil, l'utilisation de la grenade et de Xuân-Lan, de ses corps.
Du coup, la grenade est très symbolique dans tout ça.
Oui, j'ai envie de dire que c'est pas un symbole sur lequel on s'attarde non plus, c'est pas le but, mais il est présent. Il est présent parce qu'il est évocateur de choses. Après, encore une fois, c'est une libre interprétation. Et avec Aline, on a beaucoup discuté de la couleur de la grenade. Et donc, forcément, ça. Alors, je ne voyais pas ne pas utiliser ce symbole.
Du coup, même la couleur a été très, très importante dans la réalisation. Comment vous avez approché la couleur, en fait?
Non, mais c'est forcément la couleur, on n'y pense pas forcément à la base, mais cette grenade, quand on les touche, ça a une couleur rouge sur la peau, sur le tatouage d'Aline, mais le tatouage d'Aline, elle en parlera mieux que quiconque sur ce qu'il raconte. Et forcément, ce rouge évoque des choses. Et même toutes les autres couleurs, le fait d'avoir choisi un cheval blanc et non pas une autre couleur, c'est justement c'est pour évoquer une forme de paix, si on peut parler peut-être un peu simplement, mais il y a aussi le costume quasiment tout en noir aussi.
C'est une couleur de peau un peu brunie au départ et qui finalement devient un peu plus vivant et frais à la fin. Si c'est bête, mais les couleurs de peau qui débarquent, vraiment très brunes, puis vertes, puis on passe en pellicule, du coup, qui ramène une autre sensation, qui ramène vers du souvenir, et vivant.
Plus que même les couleurs, si évidemment, mais c'est aussi les textures sur lesquelles on a voulu jouer, notamment dans l'utilisation de la pellicule qui a une grande importance à nos yeux. Et ça ne raconte pas la même chose que des images en ça c'est mieux.
Merci. Hyper intéressant. En fait, j'ai l'impression, je ne sais pas si j'ai raison, mais mon impression, c'était un peu comme comme si je voyais le voyage intérieur de quelqu'un, tu vois, et je la voyais en fait accepter certaines choses, un peu rentrer dans des réponses qu'elle n'avait pas. Voilà, accepter qu'il n'avait pas des réponses et du coup chercher plutôt à trouver une identité qui est, oui, ça vient de quelque part, mais ça va aussi plus loin et du coup à trouver une sorte de liberté. Pour moi, c'était un peu ça et voilà, j'espère d'avoir...
Oui, non, mais c'est très juste, Valéria, c'est très juste. Le point de départ, effectivement, c'est ce voyage intérieur, c'est ce questionnement intérieur, mais auquel on n'a pas forcément réponse, en fait.
Oui, surtout qu'au final, quand on pense à l'identité, en fait, c'est vachement de gens. Mais au final, on n'a jamais vraiment la réponse. C'est pour ça qu'il y a encore des gens qui, à 70-80 ans, font des recherches généalogiques pour savoir d'où viennent leur famille, en fait, collectionner des timbres dans leur badge. Dès qu'on accepte le fait de ne pas savoir, même si on a quand même envie de savoir le problème, dès qu'on accepte ce fait-là, d'un coup, on sent que finalement, se voit un peu, pas que dans ce cas de figure-là, mais un peu général.
Merci beaucoup. C'était hyper intéressant, c'était un plaisir.
Okay. Thank you, Margot and Oscar. Once again, the more I watch it, the more I love it.
Okay, another try.
Hello.
Hi.
Great. Thank you.
You're out of that. Thanks, Theia.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much for the introduction, and also just quickly to say thank you for being making this event happen and for bringing us all together, because it's a really exciting gathering of people. So thank you. So as it's already been said, I am a British Armenian dancer and artist. And today I'm going to introduce you to some of the works that I've been working on recently that work with these themes of being Armenian. And I'm going to talk about how dance and making art and my Armenian identity come together for me. So dance is very much an interwoven part of my life. It's just me and dance, like it's always been there. And then since around the age of 14, I've been in full-time dance training, and then recently graduated. And then, as I said, also in the introduction, improvisation has become my main channel of working with dance, because for me, it allows me to incorporate all this training that I've had alongside somatic practices, alongside choreographic kind of compositional ways of working. And it can be really fun and surprising, and it's a practice of following what's interesting and just acting in the moment of responding to that interest. So it's a very present practice that for me also flows very easily into working with objects and materials. So in this presentation, I'm mostly going to be showing some kind of sculptures and interactive installations, but it's all related to dance, and it all comes from the mindset of dance. And I think on a broader scale, dance definitely affects how I think, how I make decisions, how I kind of navigate myself around the world, and definitely how I relate to my Armenian identity too. And talking of Armenian identity, that came in and became a bigger part of my life far more recently with this trip to Armenia in 2019. And just a note about what Birthright is. It's a program of cultural immersion. So young diasporans can go to Armenia and they're provided with like work opportunities, which is where I met Hasmik Tangyan and like got to know her and her practices for the first time. And so yeah, we work, and then there's like language lessons and activities that teach you about culture and the history of Armenia, as well as living with local families as well. So it's a full rounded experience of just being thrown in and seeing how you kind of react or respond. And it's very much, yeah, it was a really pivotal moment for me. A bit of background context about my family. So my mum's parents moved to England in the 1950s. And so most of my relationship with my Armenian identity previously was very much through stories of past generations. And I'd very much just settled in and assimilated into London culture. So I never really imagined going to Armenia and kind of immersing myself in the way that I did. And I took it really seriously. I was kind of really invested in it and about learning and kind of figuring out what it meant to be Armenian. And from that, it sparked a lot of different questions within me, different sensitivities and realization, and completely changed my life since then in ways that I'm still working out years later. And it was really exciting and joyous and amazing and interesting, and I learned so much, but it also left me quite confused. As soon as I came home, I had like all of these new things going on inside and didn't really know how to talk about them. And that's when I started making some artworks that were kind of centered around channeling this experience and finding a language to communicate what was going on and try and like contextualize the situation. And a key material that is going to feature predominantly throughout this presentation is yarn. So I'm just going to get some pictures up, a presentation up now. Okay, so here we are. There is me emerging from some yarn. And this was one of my first experiments with yarn. And in this picture on the floor, there's also some objects here and here. And these are shells, pictures, kind of just little mementos that I had brought back from Armenia. And I'd been trying to make some sculptures and creations using them, but they were just a bit too fragile and a bit too delicate. I didn't want to break them. So I was looking for something else, and in came the yarn, and somehow it managed to soak up the meaning of those objects and soak up the symbolism, whilst also being more malleable and more flexible and kind of possible to work with. So also the yarn kind of brings its own character and personality to it. So I really enjoy the aesthetics. For example, the red, it's a really strong color. It reminds me of Armenia. It also makes me think of like a body and blood and kind of flesh. And I enjoyed those three relations. And also somehow with the textures and its ability to cover space, it's very dramatic. And there's a lot of potential for different ways of the yarn to transform and make different things. And for example, within this picture here, even just from the first experiment, I could see like a web or a crime scene or some form of landscape. And then with the objects in it as well, relating to interconnected stories of like a body or a body of memories being kind of torn open and exposed. So quite a potentially visceral relationship with the yarn that was really interesting, because I got to know the yarn really well as well and developed quite a specific relationship with how to handle it and how I relate with it. And then this was all in January of 2020. And oops. And this was my first big project using yarn. And it's called My Jana. And it was an interactive installation. So I was in the space and I was wrapping these objects in yarn, but also inviting people in to join me and kind of acting as a host to the people that came in, offering them tea and homemade biscuits. So what's it all about? I was quite happy for people to kind of come in and bring their own interpretations, but what sparked its kind of creation, bringing into the space, was this desire to recreate or remember a place, but bring it into the present and somehow therefore be able to notice transformations or bringing the past but moving into the present, so that I don't know, there's just space for new things to come. So the first point of this kind of remembering or recreating is in the title, My Jana, which was also written in the space along as part of the decoration. So Jan or Jana in Armenian is a term of endearment, for example, my dear. And my Jana is how my grandpa used to refer to his grandchildren. So he'd say my Jana, my Jana. And bringing my grandparents into the space is quite an important aspect of the artworks, but also my Armenian identity. I really enjoy imagining their presence and thinking about them, both in the space, but in understanding Armenian identity. And then continuing on this kind of remembering, continuing on this like remembering, all the objects are in the space because somehow they evoke the feeling of Armenia for me, potentially from the trip or from like wider symbols of Armenia. So for example, with the Theia in the space there, on the way to work, I would often go past garages where I'd see tyres stacked up. And then also in a dance workshop with kids that I did with Hasmik, we were using tyres to kind of establish the space and create a space for the workshops to happen. And in the next slide, I've just got some pictures that I took in Armenia that should, oh my goodness, display that. So yeah, there's some tyres here kind of stacked up. I also got really interested in chairs everywhere and just like animals. So they're all features of the space and recreating the space in the installation. And then there was kind of the invitation into the space. And I was really keen to have interactions with people. I'd felt very invited into Armenia, both through the program of Birthright Armenia, kind of literally creating a space and creating a platform for me to go there and to have an experience and to connect in this way, but also with individuals that I met, such as the people that I lived with whilst in Armenia. And one really clear example of that for me is with the second family that I lived with whilst in Vanuatu. And although we had very little language communication at all, they somehow managed to completely envelop me into their home, into their lives for the time that I was with them in a really touching and kind of close way. And for example, one time I just kind of backed off and taken my space to go into my bedroom, and they were just keen to have me in the space with them. So they kind of came and got me from my bedroom, brought me into the living room, and we just sat quietly and painted our nails together. Yeah, and I kind of learned from that about like shared space and shared actions, and maybe you don't necessarily need to be able to speak the same language or speak the same language, but you can still, through this kind of shared intention of wanting to be together, create really strong relationships. Oh my goodness. Oops. Sorry, pardon me. Okay, here we go. This is just some pictures. For example, this is again Hasmik Tangyan's table where we were having like a breakfast. And this is some logs that I just thought were nicely arranged in a kind of communal circle. So then there is the yarn and the wrapping. And that kind of acts as the glue that holds this whole installation together. Quite literally, it brings the people, the objects together. It's the binding kind of glue, and in a way that kind of mimics that experience of painting nails in my family, the host family's living room. The action kind of provides this space of being able to have a different connection to the people that you're next to. But also in and of itself, it's quite a meditative act of like circling these objects, tactile, you're getting to know the things that are in your hands. And it also has this feeling of care, of like, you know, the material of jumpers and clothes, kind of curiously wrapping around different objects and changing them. And each person to that act brings their own kind of individual nature, and how they choose to kind of wrap the objects displays something about them also. So I like to imagine that the space is an opportunity for play as well, and an opportunity to kind of see people and see how they choose to be. Yeah, and in that there's communication and there's creativity, and there's decisions to be made about what to leave exposed and what to kind of conceal behind the yarn. And sometimes that's really funny, and sometimes that's kind of a bit awkward and creates a different confusing object. And sometimes it works well and sometimes it doesn't. And somehow I think that relates to human interactions, about how we choose to present ourselves and how we what we tell, what we don't tell, how we express care, how we are changed by our experiences of meeting each other. And so overall, as much as this whole installation was about remembering, it was also about a kind of aliveness and a movement. In the installation, there's loads of movement. There's the movement of the people, of the objects, of the yarn, but also in the conversations that happen whilst that's going on, and therefore in the identities of the people that are involved. And I really enjoyed observing people during that kind of movement and transformation and connections being formed. Then at the end, I was left with all of these kind of curious, strange and funny objects that each kind of held their own story and pathway into being. The yarn kind of tracing these actions and tracing a pathway of interest. And it was really hard to pack down at the end. I just found it really hard to unwind all of these objects and kind of take them apart or peel back the stories again or the transformations. And it kind of echoed this feeling I had of confusion within me about my Armenian identity. They were kind of curious, transformed hybrids or creatures of strange happenings, which I really, I don't know, I enjoyed their presence. So here's just a few more images, a chair and how some of the objects came together. Okay, so now I'm going to talk a little bit more about background thoughts and theory behind the works that was kind of bubbling away. I'm also going to flick through some more of the works and kind of creations that have come from this theme. They may not directly relate to exactly what I'm saying at the time, but I would like to share them with you whilst I do speak, just so that we can, you know, have them in the space in the presentation. So yeah, this is just some family photos. Because going to Armenia and kind of connecting to my family history, as well as working out what that meant for me now, threw me into quite a disorientated place of not really, of questioning a lot of things. And it shone a light on things I thought I knew, and kind of I began thinking about my upbringing, my education, relationships. Yeah, a lot of confusion was there, as well as interest and excitement, just trying to work things out. So I started trying to connect some dots that kind of led into my being here now, for example. Part of that being, you know, the birth of my mum and then me, and then also my christening into the Armenian church. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to some pictures whilst I continue speaking. So I began to ask questions about, for example, why are my family in London? How am I similar or different from my ancestors? What would I have learnt from my grandparents if they had been alive? What's the historical context of my assimilation in London? What are some of the assumptions I hold and that come with the terms such as East and West that we are taught to, what are we taught to expect from those places, and how are they affecting my interactions now? How am I affected by diasporic lenses that can be quite romantic, or again, stuck in the past? And what's my duty as an Armenian? What's expected of me, and what do I want? And at the same time, I had lots of new ties and connections formed in this other place that I hadn't imagined as my home in London. And that shifted my perspective of the world, as I now had these two kind of pieces of viewing. And that really changed kind of, again, my perception of the world and my place within it. And then I found this quote from Sarah Ahmed, which instantly connected to how I was feeling. A queer life might be how we get in touch with things at the very point at which they or we are worn or worn down. Those moments when we break or break down, when we shatter under the weight of history. End quote. I was kind of, I was feeling all of these things and faced with this kind of unknown and known, resistance and acceptance, kind of feelings of loss, but also gaining home and homeland, same and different, Armenian and not Armenian. And at some point I was pretty much ready to combust with all of those thoughts, and I needed something to change. So that's when I started to embrace this space of in between. And for me, that just allows things to be a bit more complex, to allow the multiple identities to exist at the same time, and to be accepting of change and also not becoming fixed in one reality. And for that, I had to stop gripping so hard onto things that I thought I knew or I thought were true, about ways of being, about identity, about the world, and kind of settle into this space that's a bit stranger, effectively, and a bit more deviant and a bit more queer and a bit more open, where there's more freedom and kind of fluidity to become and to accept the changes that are happening, and accept that you can be two things at the same time. I'll just click there on that. And dance is also very much about that kind of becoming. It is a space where in any moment in improvisation, following your interest and attention, you can change, you can shapeshift, and you can become different things. Similarly, the yarn does the same thing. So just from one single piece of material is able to morph and transform and show many different sides of itself. For example, in this video, which I'm trying to share with you. Okay, but it's not working, so that's okay. And yeah, the yarn has really accompanied me on this journey, and become a good kind of companion and friend, teaching me many different things as well. So I kind of continued, and then this is just a light hanging, a kind of ornament thing. And I pretty much thought I was done at this point, but then September 2020 came and war started breaking out in Artsakh, and I just felt like I couldn't not do something. So I started making these dolls, and I'd previously kind of depicted some human forms in yarn, but this was the first time I made something. Yeah, this is the first time I made a doll. And then I started making these and selling them to raise money for charity that was supporting people in Artsakh. And also whilst making the dolls, I had a lot of time to kind of handle the yarn and think about identity and think about what these kind of symbolize. So I made around 50 dolls, and each one took around 3 hours. So a fair amount of time spent with the yarn there. I'm going to talk through some of the process of making the yarn now. So they're made entirely of yarn. I make these little bundles, as you can see here. The smaller ones, I measured the yarn by doing two kind of stretches of my arms like this, and then like wrapping it around my fingers and bundling it. And the bigger bundles here are 4 stretches of my arms like this. So I make the bundles and then I weave them together to make little limbs that look like this. This is an arm and this is a leg. And then attach them together to make the full dolls. As I'm doing this, every single centimetre of the yarn passes through my fingers. And so the dolls have quite a close connection to my own body for me. And thinking about those measurements, again, that have been taken from my arm's length, I'm thinking about how somehow the measurements contained within the dolls reflect a distance to people that you love, or to a feeling of being safe or at home. So within these dolls is also contained distance and care and all of these things. And then at some point I send them off to the people that bought them, and again, lines of string are stretched out and these imaginary connections or felt connections are visible or become, related to the yarn again. Some things that I've thought about whilst making the dolls. At some points they're just what they are, kind of multicolored cotton and acrylic yarn wound up and strung together in particular formations. Sometimes they're Armenians, they're people, soldiers, friends, family, strangers, people I relate with, and people with whom I feel no connection. They're soft and comfortable and small and gentle. They're real and visible and weighted, maybe an idea that you can touch. They're scary and haunting and visceral and fleshy. They're alive and dead. They're spirits, light and heavy. They're a time commitment. They are hope, fear, love, care, violence, anger, miscommunication and communication. A construction. They have their own stories that are completely separate to anything that I could ever imagine for them. But now they are dotted around the world in homes of the friends and family and strangers that supported Armenians by buying a doll. And that gives me a lot of hope and joy, knowing that people care and that there are people willing to help and contribute their time and effort. And the dolls are out there as a symbol of that care and hope. So I'm going to end it there, but I'd really be happy to receive any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much. Your work is fascinating, really. And so I will start just with one question and then I'll leave you to the audience. It seemed to me that intuition is really key to your work. So I was wondering what the spectator, what do the spectators bring to the corporality and choreography of your work?
I think they bring, so for example, in the installation, they bring themselves, and with that they bring aliveness. They bring reactions and people to connect with. Yeah, and I guess I'm happy for them to just experience it and kind of settle into it and have a response. Like, you're not going to please everyone, you're not going to pass your message on to everyone, but to communicate and to talk to people. that's all you can do. So yeah, I hope that kind of answers your question.
So that's okay. We have a question. So Ella, she asked, what was the most challenging part of your experience along this journey?
Most challenging part, I think it can be quite, I kind of was had these idea of being a good Armenian or a bad Armenian, and got quite a lot into my head about being a bad Armenian. Not speaking good enough Armenian, or not knowing enough, or yeah, it was just a lot to kind of contend with, and which is where the idea of kind of in-betweenness comes in, because it just lets me settle into knowing that I'm not this archetypal figure of the great Armenian, or I'm not this figure of like, I don't know, I'm not my ancestors, I'm not in the past, I can't go back, and I'm just kind of accepting of where we're at now, and who you know now and what's going on now. So yeah, that I think.
And also we have a question from Zara. I get the impression your trip made you want to find a way of clarifying, expressing your relationship with Armenia. Is that, if that's so, then it wasn't for the artwork, would your trip to Armenia have been constructive or perplexing, or both? And if so, how?
Yeah, definitely. The artwork's just been a way to kind of continue the experience, really, and that's been a joy, but the experience on its own would have also been fascinating. I feel like it taught me so much, and it also gave me this kind of passion about learning, and it just took me outside myself, but also into myself at the same time, as like a trip into like exploring identity and connecting to people. So the yarn and the projects are just a bonus on the end for me, of like, and it comes entirely from that experience of learning and kind of extending it onwards.
Thank you. So another one, how is the dance reflected in your work? This is from Gayan.
Okay, yeah. Dance is reflected in the work because I'm thinking about the materials of the objects and how I physically relate to the materials, for example. And with that, there is a lot of creativity. And I think in dance training, not only in the dance training I experience and how I interpret it, it's not only about physical movement or dance, it's about composition and relating to people and creating things. So dance comes out in all of that. Dance is also quite a communal activity for me. So, for example, in the installation, connecting with different people, observing their actions, observing them, and connecting with them is another way. And then I guess also I could say that these projects have affected how I dance, and it's kind of reflect back having into my movement and into my own kind of physical dancing practices. Having a space outside to then kind of come back to it, and not explaining it very well, but it's all connected essentially. And they all feed into each other. in different ways and in unique kind of connections.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Theia, for joining us. That was really fascinating. So I'm going to finish with a question we have for Margot and Olivier. So
Oscar.
Oh, pardon, excuse-moi. Ok, so Myriam, le film est magnifique. Comment définirez-vous l'empathie au cinéma? So the film is amazing. How would you define the empathy to the cinema?
Merci beaucoup Myriam. Donc Oscar n'est pas là, donc je le représente. Je vais essayer de faire simple parce que l'empathie au cinéma, c'est une très vaste question, je pense, et je n'ai pas de définition à apporter, mais plutôt parler de ma vision de l'empathie. Je pense que le cinéma a vraiment cette capacité à nous faire ressentir des choses très fortes. Le cinéma a cette capacité à nous raconter des histoires. Et parfois, malgré nous, on s'identifie, on est complètement bouleversé par l'histoire de quelqu'un ou d'une population. Parfois, on ne peut même pas l'expliquer, je crois. Ça fait appel à des choses très intérieures et très profondes. Pourquoi, à tel moment, on ressent de l'empathie pour quelqu'un, pour quelque chose. Et même si ce n'est pas notre histoire, je pense que l'on peut s'identifier et ressentir des choses très intenses. Et le cinéma n'est évidemment pas le seul art à permettre ça. Mais effectivement, l'image a ce pouvoir. Je pense l'image en mouvement a ce pouvoir. Voilà, je ne sais pas si je réponds vraiment à la question, mais je ne peux pas apporter de définition en tout cas. Ça, c'est, en plus, je n'ai pas cette prétention, mais plutôt, voilà, plutôt donner ma vision.
Merci Margot.
Je t'en prie, merci Valéria.
Okay. So I think we're done with the first section.
So thank you everyone. I'll just take over, Valeria. Thank you very much. So thank you everyone for that first section. It was fascinating. We had already quite a lot to discuss, and we can see that a lot of things come together and come in common. For example, that notion of like what it is to be or not to be Armenian through the spectrum of the arts, which I think is quite interesting when we think about the people that we have presenting, whether they were born in diaspora or locally. So thank you very much. All right. Thanks everyone for still being with us. So we are about to start the second section of today's digital conference, Dancing Beyond Memories, Armenian Cultural Heritage and Corporeality.
First of all, I'm pleased to be with you today and thank Aline Derderian for giving me the opportunity to moderate one of the sections of this conference. Choreographing memories, research and transmission, hence questions, practice or research-based works, may they be choreographic, performative or pedagogic, and somehow emerging from a decentralized perspective. Thus questioning what is at play in the dances, scores, creative processes of the practitioners discussed in the next three presentations in regards to the deployment of the work outside the memorial or imaginary grounds from which they emerge. This will invite us to interrogate what from the intimate, collective, historical memories in which the choreographer's artist in question pull the rough material of the work, looks at contemporarily convey, share, transmit fragments of occidentally ignored matters, reclaim or elude what through the golden age of expressionist dance has been envisioned as Oriental. Finally, whether the diasporic body can play the role of catalyst for choreographing writing that simultaneously embrace, embody a decentralized cultural heritage, meanwhile perhaps subconsciously redefining Armenianness. In other words, in which measures can the works of Aline Derderian, Armen Ohanian, and Iris Karayan be understood as a corporalized transmissible research? This fleeting space of creating dances and movements brings out sensations that reminds artists of gestures and fragments of personal or collective history that added to the diasporic space in which they create. It is from this territory between celebration, transcendence, and diffusion that our conversation takes place. Dancing not to forget, gesticulating metal images to give them life, or digging into material or psychic archives are all factors that, in my opinion, create a kind of performativity of memory. And it is in these terms that I propose to begin the second section. So I would like to thank each of the presenters whom I will introduce without further delay. I will start with Xuân-Lan, who is a doctoral student in aesthetic on dance and abstract art. Her thesis is entitled Lignée courbe et mouvement, la danse entre abstraction et représentation. Practicing classical dance and piano, Xuan's research leans between literature, art theory, and movement studies. Then, Christina Jellinger-Correa-Vivar, who is a doctoral researcher and research assistant at the Department of Musicology and Dance Studies at the University of Salzburg, will study the self-orientalization in the dance and literature of artist Armen Ohanian. Finally, Greek-Armenian choreographer Iris Karayan will talk about her performance choreographer practice with Ioanna Bili. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Xuân-Lan. Xuân, hello.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And I actually had a hard time to find how I could be legitimate here, because as you may see, I'm not Armenian, and I'm also not a specialist of the question of this region of the world. So I'm intervening today as someone who's worked a little on Aline Derderian's choreographies and performances. And I'm here to talk about how I received them, understood them, and how inherited culture can be transmitted and surviving the inheritance without the presence of the people who actually experience the historical events. So even if I don't know anything about, I didn't know anything about Armenia. Actually, if I wanted to know something or to be a specialist of the question, I would read a history book. So what's the difference between what you learn in a history book and what you get from a performance or from an embodied experience? And from Aline's work in my case. The main question I would ask here is, through her work and through other pieces that I will present to you, how strangers, because at the beginning Aline was a stranger to me, so how a stranger's dance performance echoes the most intimate dimension of my experience. And quickly I realized that we had things in common and questions in common through the main problematic: how does a body convey meaning? And meaning here refers to what does it mean to be a woman, to have a female body, to be Asian or from Eastern descent, to embody this heritage and to inherit from a certain culture while being born in another country. We have this thing in common, and also the word Asia. It never occurred to me that what I can have in common with Aline was being Asian, because in the environment where I grew up and how my face and my body and my physical appearance were different, being Asian to me and how I experienced it was something that actually belonged to a very restrained part of the world, means Southeast Asia, because I'm Vietnamese from Vietnamese descent. So I then discovered that the South Caucasian area can also be called Minor Asia. Actually, I've always known it. I've always known that fact, that historical or geographical facts, but I've never experienced that we can have an embodied common experience with Aline until I came to see her performance. So this is what I will attempt to analyze today, Aline's performance named Genik, that I saw 2 years ago. And the reason why I accepted to talk about it is that throughout our conversations, I remembered something. I remember that 10 years ago, I read a book named Nouvelles Orientales, or Eastern Short Stories, written by Margot. And this book is an ensemble of various stories taking place between Greece and Japan, and all the different countries between Greece and Japan, the Balkan region, China, India, all those very different cultures reunited in one book and qualified as Oriental. So it actually means that in some, let's say, imaginary background or collective imaginary, there's something in common between Aline and me, and that belongs to that Oriental concept or perception. And I'm not talking from a historical or geographical place. I'm not talking about political or territorial division and frontiers, but I'm really talking about how the collective imaginary constructs a perception and an image of the stranger, or the female stranger here. So this made me realize that there's something to say about, I guess, the common embodied experience that we have, me as a receptor or a viewer of her work, and her as the performer, the dancer, and the creator. So I will, my speech will develop through the video and the images of her work, so you can have a better comprehension and idea of what I need to say here. Je te laisse montrer les images du début. So I won't describe what happens here because you'll see on the image, but I'll try to tell you what is to be experienced as someone who participated to the performance, because the fact is that it's a performance, not a academic or classical piece of dance. So the viewer is not only a passive receptor, it's not only someone who is here just to see things through the eyes, but the viewer becomes a participant. So you enter a universe, a world, a creation, and you become a participant as the viewer is taken by the hand by a performer, and he or she is led into the room and is going to cut a piece of hair or a section of hair. And this action may mean a lot of things to you, or a lot of different things to each one of the participants. And the point here is that you will see a lot of very striking and maybe full of symbols and historic or cultural charge and meaning gestures. But my goal is not to tell you what it means. My goal is not to translate you exactly what she wanted to say through the piece, but how, as a participant, your body is involved. And the comprehension is not about a semiotic traduction of what happens, but the comprehension is about what goes through the body of the participants, and what is transmitted by the body of the performers. The fact that it's an immersive experience means that the viewer who accepts the performer guide them immerse themselves into an experience where they are not external observers, but participant and witness of a ceremony. And the fact that you can see a ceremony is very important. You enter a ritual dimension of the performance, and this is essential in the process to transform the spectator into a participant. This is what happens in let's say a religious ritual, for example. You're not only a spectator, it's not a show. A mass is not a show, it's something you participate in, even if you are sitting there and just watching what happens. So the experience allows an embodied understanding, preventing from the passive position of a mere observer. And the fact that the female body is involved into a ritual appeal and echoes a lot of cliches or images that one may have about the Oriental woman. But the point here is not delivering a history or a civilization class to teach us something about cultural heritage. What remains is not the scenario or logical speech, something deeply rooted in language and meaning. It's not something that has to be said, and a speech that can be extracted from the living piece and the living performance. But through the living piece and the living performance, we catch strong images, sensations, also projections and fantasies that shape our collective imaginary in a much gripping and significant way than just, extracting a speech and talking about it without actually seeing it and experiencing it. And why is it linked to the word Oriental to me? It is linked because in my own conception, and through the reading of Margot Yourcenar, I realized that a frontier that we may talk about is the frontier between the Greek culture and, let's say, my culture. And actually, I realized that what we call Eastern in our mind is not only Southeast Asia, but it's everything that has been constructed starting from the Greek culture. And it starts in my research at the first division into the Christian religion between the Greek tradition. It's the tradition of the Greek Catholics or the Orthodox, so all the Orthodox civilization, and the Roman one. And that division is based on language. The Greek language is an ancient language where we can consider it's a language of philosophy. It means it's a language that is mainly written and that has a different purpose than the oral language. The oral language has a practical role to play. It means it cannot handle ambiguity because the goal is to be understood by someone else. So it has to be pragmatic, whereas the written language, the language of philosophy, is full of ambiguity. It's not something that is practical, it's something that conveys meaning, philosophy, metaphysics, and religion, and not religion into the form, but into the spiritual. So the fact that the Latin language from the Roman civilization has something to do with shaping a legal system and creating the law, it cannot convey ambiguity, whereas the ancient languages, as the Greek language, but also the Sanskrit language, the Arabic language, and all the language that shaped the Oriental, let's say, in between brackets, philosophies and religions, do convey ambiguity. So the meaning that you get is not something that you can say to make sense like a grammatical sentence. It's something that is embodied. This is why the ritual is important into those traditions. This is why incense is important, because you have to smell it. The light is important because you have to feel the physical dimension of the space. the chants and the voice is important because you have to hear it. It's not only understanding a grammatical and logical text and sentence. So this is also what you experience when you face or when you're immersed into Aline's work. It's not about learning a piece of history. It's about confronting your own body into another person, another artist's corporeality, to get whether the similarities or the something that you cannot solve, that is the alterity of someone that went through something that you will never know. And this is what you learn. It's not an external political speech that the body takes for itself and then try to translate into movement. But the movement itself is a body that is not to be transferable into spoken language. The reason why I make a cross-reference between Aline's work and the way Margot writes, it's because it allows me to understand the main difference between cultural transmission and cultural inspiration, and the other thing that is cultural appropriation. What Ioanna says is that she doesn't say it's her culture, the Oriental world. She doesn't say she's inspired by anything Oriental, but she said she heard stories, she heard things, she doesn't remember from where, but it struck her and she just remembered the images and she wants to convey the images, and she doesn't want to make it an Occidental, Western story, because in the Western story you have a tale, and in the tale you have a moral of the story. And the images and the story is just a pretext, but the substance of the text is the moral. It means something that doesn't convey ambiguity and that has to have a logical meaning, transferable into a sentence to be something that is easy to communicate. Whereas the images is full of ambiguity, is full of a richness that cannot be conveyed, that cannot be translated, that cannot be translated in a mere language and in a spoken language. You have to experience it, you have to live with it, you have to forget it, you have to remember it, you have to allow these images to live into your mind, into your spirit, into your own story and experience, to grasp something from it. And this is that sense that you get when you attend a performance. You cannot get out of the performance and say, okay, I've seen this and Aline Derderian wanted to tell us this. You go out full of images, and images that strikes you thanks to your own references, thanks to your own stories. But the goal is not to grasp everything that you know about Armenian culture and to try to find correspondences. When you see, for example, the image of a woman cutting the pomegranate in her piece, you see the knife, you see the color, you see the red color, you see the woman, you see the physical performance, you see her suffering, you see a lot of things, and those things will strike you. But the thing is, you will not see it and say, okay, this is what happened, this is what it means, this is referred to that episode of the Armenian history. It's something that you will keep here and that will evoke a lot of extreme feelings, but those extreme feelings will take time to deploy into your own experience. So I talk a lot. I'm sorry about it. So this is why I try to explain the difference between embodied understanding and corporeality that transcends the alterity between the viewer and the performer, and the simple fact of saying a speech or translating the body language into spoken language. This is why I see a difference between just seeing a female body and having a lot of representation about it, and being a female body or experiencing the fact of never being a female body and struggling with those experiences and those feelings and allow them to have echoes that will come later in our experiences. For example, in the body that you see here, sometimes in one of the two bodies, you can see fullness, roundness, something that is very comforting, something that that evokes a lot of cliches actually of the Oriental body. And sometimes you will see in another body aridity, tension, something that is very hard, something that is very hurting. And if you experience the female body in your everyday life, this is a dichotomy that everyone faces, but for different reasons, for very different reasons, in very different ways and in very different contexts. But here you face that experience, and this is that not measurable alterity, but the proximity and the fact that you're a body that is into the piece that creates the transmission from a body to a body. Without telling us a story that has, A, B, C stages and a beginning and a resolution. So the understanding is in perception and embodiment and not a semiotic approach of the body language. And this is why I consider the body into the movement as an oxymoron, because this is at the same time facing an unsolvable intimacy. It's the outside of us that looks like us, but that is outside. And at the same time, it conveys a political substance. And the political is not into, once again, the speech that the body will tell instead of the language. But it is not a story to be told. There is no science to be recognized, but it's facing what our body went through or will never know. And that is beyond, let's say, the language. So this is what solves the intrusion. The performance solves the intrusion of the mere viewer, the passive viewer that is here, that you as a performer face, and there is a confrontation, whether you want it or no. This is what solves the intrusion of the stranger, as I cannot understand Aline because I'm not Armenian and I don't know anything about Armenia. This is also what solves the intrusion between that violence between experienced knowledge and theoretical knowledge. I've never recognized myself in any study about South Vietnam, whereas I don't know the history of South Vietnam as someone who studied it in the academia. But talking with Aline, seeing her piece, I learned something about myself, and I recognized myself in a much more striking way than just reading a history book about my own culture. And this is what solves the intrusion of the past also, the irreducible past that is gone and that you will not experience, and as something that is only an, let's say, inheritance of your culture, but you did not experience the historical event yourself. You cannot solve the fact that it's gone forever and you will never have the experience of your ancestors. But solving also the intrusion of the invader in a situation of war or in a situation of immigration, the intrusion of the assailant, when you're a woman and you're afraid of everything we know we can be afraid of. Yes, the process of the performance, the work of Aline and what it conveys in terms of meaning, in terms of of heritage, is, in my opinion, a solving process. And this is why I entitled the last part of my speech, Solving the Intrusion. I have to stop here because time and I talk a lot and I have a lot of things to say, but I'll be happy to answer any question, and I hope it was clear because, as you may understand, I'm not an artist. I'm more of an theoretical academic, so this is my job to talk a lot about theory during half an hour.
So thank you, Xuân, for your great presentation. So I might firstly invite the audience to ask questions to Xuân. So I said, what is Aline's work? Make the image on a kinesthetic sense for the spectators.
That's a very large.
Just a second. We have a question from Gayan. How does the How does the reading of Ursula's short stories make the reader act?
If act means being active in the reading, maybe it's through how she inspires herself or interprets tales and myth from other cultures or other countries, and conveys something that has to do with images and metaphors or spiritual substance without using the traditional Western technique to write tales. It means you do not have any moral of the story. If you had to tell someone what you've read, you couldn't say, okay, the story told me that, and and the author intended to teach me something. You have a very poetic language with a lot of different images. You kind of enter her imagination, but there's no substance of meaning to get out of here. So you really have to be active. You really have to think and to work on your own imagination and the own echo that it's made on yourself to find something to say. And it's something that conveys images that will accompagner, how would you say that? That will, let's say, stay in your mind, stay in your mind for a long period of time. And then one day you'll think about it, or you'll see something that will make you think about it, and it will appeal or echo something else. And this is how it operates in our minds. And this operation on our minds is much more likely to function and have the same role as the tales that, as an Asian woman, I've heard when I was younger, when I was a child. It is not to give you a life lesson, and you cannot take anything from it, but those are images that will shape your that will shape collective imaginary, and that will create a common ground and a common vision of the world. And this is what I want to say. It's a vision of the world emerges from that, and it takes time, and it's not just a content of meaning that lasts a sentence that you can take out from the piece of art. And this is why I said that it function, the function of it is likely to be compared to the function of the performance. And this is why the reader, as the viewer of the performance, is active into the reception process. I hope it was clear.
It was very clear, Sven. Thank you very much for that answer. There's still a few questions in the box, but we're running out of time, so I'm afraid we won't be able to ask them directly. But you can make sure that we'll upload all the presentations on an academic blog after the event. So Xuân, if you want to collect these questions and answer them on your own time, and then answer them, we'll definitely upload these answers later on. And also a few observations from Silvia Kasporian, very interesting presentation and theoretical links to the understanding of the perception of movement as a universal language. Et Myriam Melouli, y a-t-il des mouvements de danse que vous étudiez qui sont plus ambigus que d'autres, pour reprendre votre définition de l'ambiguïté par rapport à l'occupation de l'espace, ou bien le corps est-il ambigu en soi? And I think this question deserves a bit of time thinking before you answer. So we might move on to the next presentation, and that one will be answered again online later on. Thank you very much for all these questions, very fascinating.
So thank you very much, Xuân, for your great presentation and your clarification. So I must give the floor to Christina. Hello, Christina.
So I guess we're gonna have time to just ask you one question that I have, and then we'll move on to the next presentation. I'm sorry, it was very blurry, so we've managed to get some fragments and seen the pictures. And so what is very interesting about Armenian Ohanian, I guess, is that we don't really have any sort of video archives of her work in order to be able to actually analyze or put that into mirror regarding other expressionist dancers, such as Loie Fuller, for example, or Nyota Nyoka. And so my question is for you. I mean, you've sort of started to answer it, but the question I would have is, would you say that her self-exotization increased once Paris 20th century expressionist dance perceived as exotic or oriental, or instead, from your perspective, do you believe that that could be envisioned like her self-exotization and her choreographic practice and the way she diffused it instead stand for a sort of non-Western feminist act?
So I don't know if
not
this
popular culture of the
answers.
Orient. Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot of food for thought. I'm very much looking forward to keep on discussing this subject and her specific work with you and others. So again, we'll re-upload the presentation online on the academic blog, perhaps on the written version, in a few weeks' time. Thank you very much, Christina, and I'm sorry about what happened.
Sorry.
We are now moving on to the next presentation. If Aza, you might want to take over.
Yes. Thank you, Christina, for your presentation. Thank you, Christina, for your presentation, and thank you, Aline, for your question. So I must now give the floor to Iris and Ioanna. Hello.
Hello.
So whatever you want.
Hello. Thanks for that, Aza. And thanks, Aline, for organizing the colloquium and for having us here. Iris, welcome as well.
Good to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
I will start with a short introduction of your bio. So Iris Karayan is a dancer, choreographer, and teacher based in Athens, Greece. She studied dance at the Greek State School of Dance in 2001 and completed her main performance and culture in 2007 at Goldsmiths University here in London. She also holds a BA, a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from the American College of Greece. And she has taught choreography and improvisation at the Greek State School of Dance from 2007 to 2018, at Ralou Manu School of Dance from 2016 to 2018, and at the School of Fine Arts at the University of Peloponnese. Since 2013, she has been leading movement and improvisation workshops for people with and without visual impairment at the educational program of the Onassis Stegi in Athens. Her works has been presented in European festivals and venues. Her work Mothers from 2002 was elected by the dance network Aerowaves in 2013. And the dance, it might be very bad pronunciation.
You can skip parts, it's okay.
Okay.
People can read that, so it's okay.
Yeah, another, like the latest update is that, where is it? Yes, you were awarded with a Fulbright Foundation Artist Grant for research in New York City, and you were also awarded with the fellowship of the Bogliasco Foundation for a residency in Italy. Wow. So thanks again for being here. I would like to start with a question, like a basic to begin with. How would you like to tell us where your artistic practice looks into, and what informs it, and what are your prime tools?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank for this opportunity. Thank you, Aline. Thank you, everyone, for organizing this. For me, it's a great opportunity to be part of this conference and connect with you all everywhere in the world. It's a really fantastic chance. So going back to your question, yeah, the main I would say that the main concept around my choreographic practice is, let's say, the investigation of time. So when I say time, I see it as the concept of time as it is felt, perceived, and embodied. So I try to explore ideas concerning the perception of time, such as linearity, disruptions, repetition, and other ideas. And I kind of, I would say, investigate recursive strategies that involve a lot of reactivation of past experiences and memories. So I'm kind of exploring these concepts always and mostly through the body, embodied practices, and the kinesthetic experience of the performance itself. Also, I would say that I deal, and my work deals with strategies and choreographic tools and methodologies that apply a lot of rhythmic modulations, again, a relation and an interest in time, such as repetition and variation, loops and transformations, pauses and sudden disruptions of time, duration, and etc. And in relation to the way I work, or the way I do my research, in a way, is I work a lot around collecting, layering, and reactivating and restructuring found material. So these might be material related to, first of all, they might be audiovisual material related to social and historical events, let's say. Also material, I worked with material that were related to the, I mean, referencing the history of dance and postmodern dance. So they're both audio and visual, mostly visual. So I'm interested a lot in these practices of translation, transmission, transmutation, processes that investigate the ways in which I can relate to these, let's say, the sources that I collect, the ways in which I refer to them, I relate to them, how I engage deeper into looking at those, and via the bodily practices that I apply. Just to, that my practice looks a lot at all of these ways, and collaborating with the performers, because I don't perform in my works. We create these constructions and these choreographies, let's say. And the general, let's say, subject that can be seen as an umbrella might say, in relation to time, is also related to memory, is also related to embodied memory, and the way it's performed and experienced.
Thank you very much. Iris, do you think that inherited cultural traditions can influence physicalities and the creative practices, which you sort of answered the question, but I would like to ask you this, and how?
Inherited culture. The way I see or I understand physicalities is that they are culturally informed and socially constructed and performed, as maybe we all know. And this is also the area of interest of humanities researchers and scholars. In the case of a dancer, and in my case, let's say that, because I was educated as a dancer, professional, let's say, dancer in the West. So I would say that I am culturally informed, certainly by my education and the tradition of this education, and also certainly as a person, as a citizen, culturally informed by all of the other factors that are embedded and construct, let's say, who I am and my identity, and probably the projections that I have, or the goals that I have, or the things that I want to, let's say, where I want to go. So in a way, I feel that there is this interaction between these culturally informed practices that are more related to the present, or to my experience present, and then the ones probably that you refer to, which are the culturally, the traditions. And these might be embedded or experienced in a different way. And I would say that in my case, being an Armenian in the diaspora, these are related to my growing up, of course, and my family. So the traditions that and routines we had in everyday things, let's say, eating, things related to eating and cooking, narrating and listening to stories, storytelling, repeating and remembering these stories. So a lot of narratives, going to the Armenian church for specific occasions, of course, going to the annual march on the day of the genocide commemoration, and march towards the Turkish embassy. So a lot of practices that have been there and are related to the Armenian culture, of course, and the way Armenians in diaspora maybe experience it. I think that this influence, this experience, let's say, influence, again, in a way, the way I see it, my perception of time, and my, let's say, desire or need to position myself in relation to things and people and events and history, maybe. This kind of,
and this does, like, it has also like maybe influenced your personal creative practice. Yes, it's like, yeah,
I think it's all interconnected in a way, like yeah, I mean, it depends how you want to look at it, but I tend to look at it through this angle and I don't know, a perspective of the relation to time and the perception of time and what is it, or how to experience it, and in relation to the linearity of time, like past, present, future, or all of these ideas and questions.
Lovely, thank you. And moving on, how can creative choreographic methodologies be applied in order to generate a decentralized feminist discourse? What is your view on that?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that choreographic methodologies that challenge norms, let's say, and look at choreographic thinking and making as a process of questioning and of experimenting, do generate decentralized feminist discourses and other discourses. So yeah, and the concept of choreography that interests me and inspires me works against these norms, whichever they might be, patriarchal norms or ideas of centralization, or you know, a choreography that proposes and explores practices of freedom, I don't know, bodily practices and propositions that also deal with the nature of the form itself, and also with the artistic making, and with the how would you say, the connection to art, to politics, to living, to life.
Yeah.
So the way I would think about it is, I mean, I would kind of maybe pose the question maybe not differently, but I would challenge myself to think, how is choreographic thinking a decentralized and feminist discourse, and how can it offer ways for imagination and poetry and research and not just, I mean, and not proposing,
but questioning.
Yeah, putting ahead more this idea of actually what artistic thinking is, in my point of view.
Yeah, thank you. Can I carry on with the next question?
Yeah, sure. Or if anyone would like to jump in, I don't know.
There will be, better late than never, there will be in Q&A when we finish for some questions. Hopefully there will be time for the attendees. So you can type your questions in the Q&A box or the chat box, we'll see them. So carrying on with the fourth one, can contemporary movement analysis methodologies be applied to folk dances, or the opposite? Again, why and how? Questioning. What discourse would that create?
Yeah. Yeah, I think definitely they can be applied. in general, I am interested in a lot in movement analysis and different methodologies that are applied and as tools in order to understand and analyze the movement itself and the characteristics of the movement, and methodologies that actually allow us to make more explicit the implicit operations that occur when we dance on the one hand, and on the other hand related also to the a more interdisciplinary, let's say, analysis of dance related to anthropological and sociopolitical and other information and approaches that can offer an intra and transdisciplinary understanding of movement or of dance. So I see that as a discursive practice that also connects the dance practices to other practices, and
to make it sufficient, the communication of the work, like it is
interdisciplinary. Not just that, not just in order to, sure, definitely for that as well, but not just for that. I mean, in a way, like for me, it's like an opening up of like connecting things with one another, actually. But in relation to more specifically to your question, which speaks about folk dances, let's say, it's at the moment I'm working on a new project that explores dance and dancing, and I'm working with this documentary that is called titled Choreometrics. It's a research made by ethnomusicologist Alan Lomax years ago, and it looks at folk dances and dancing, and trying to create a vocabulary and in order to understand how these movements operate and also create categories of movement. So that's an example that
let's say filtering elements from film in order to include and methodologies in order to include them in your own practice through film as a resource. Thank you. I was gonna ask you about that, but there you go.
No, just to clarify this, if we have time. I think this is an example of working with movement methodological analysis, like lamba notation and things like that, working with those tools in order to analyze and explain folk dances, which are also related to the cultures. I mean, definitely they are. So, but looking at the movement per se, in a way, in relation to the culture where it grows. So that's an interesting connection.
Thank you very much. So then let's talk about space. How do performing practices in alternative spaces present a platform for the transmission, survival, and contemporary investment of cultural heritage or folklore?
I'm going to try to answer, of course, personally, or the way I understand these questions, which is what I have done. So, I could relate that to as performing practices in public and hybrid, let's say, maybe spaces, and in a way outside of the theatrical space, which also has its own historical and cultural heritage. So in my experience, the reactivation and tracing of spaces and places that have a certain historical and cultural identity is a practice that can challenge the borders and the nature of high art, let's say, or I don't know, mainstream art. So art that is presented in theaters and other institutions, we might say that they follow. There is a cultural agenda there, and I would relate to your question in relation to practices, performing practices that happen outside of that frame. So more independent practices, let's say, maybe from artistic collectives, like the practices that Hasmik was mentioning in her presentation. So. Yeah. All of these, in my view, are more community-based, inclusive, that uncover areas that are kept, in the dark, and bringing consciousness, in a way, bringing a different kind of consciousness, both to the artists that are involved, and the citizens, and the professionals, and to the field itself. So. Yeah, so those are can operate, I think, in as a new way of understanding. Yeah,
and yeah, how can dance, visual arts performance be documented in order for Armenian and South Caucasian artists to be internationally acknowledged and promoted? What would help?
Yeah, I think it was interesting to listen to everyone today, because there's things that I'm learning, which I don't know, of course. So I think, yeah, building and creating networks that connect the Armenians of the diaspora, or the Armenians, or I don't know, people around the world, artists who want to deal with or work in Armenia or do a residency there. All of these, in my view, might help create a community of people, and the dialogue and the interaction and then exchange, actually, between us. Yeah, and it brings to mind the work I mentioned again before of Artsvi Bakhchunyan, who has engaged in his research a lot, and he's still interviewing and presenting artists of Armenian origin in his the Armenian Mirror Spectator, and I think I'm sure all of these. I don't have a clear answer to this question, but I think actually creating a dialogue and bringing together people is definitely a start. And for me, the connection to the motherland, let's say, or the fatherland, I don't know how you put it, it's something there to explore and to see how we connect maybe the diaspora with Armenia. I don't know.
Well, we're all here today for that. So, and to wrap up our interview, you mentioned on our first call that you feel that now is a time better, or you're already prepared to create something related to Armenia, that research is deeper into your identity. if creating such work entails that the work itself becomes self-referential, referencing to your identity, would you like to share why this is happening now, and how has this moment this moment has emerged?
Yeah, we did talk about that on our first call. Yeah, in a way, I think actually I've been thinking a lot of ways because I'm working collecting all these fragments and archival material, and with these restructuring methodologies that I talked to you about in the beginning.
Yeah.
So I would so the idea is, or an idea that I had would be to do that in relation to Armenian subjects, let's say, or sources. That is a concept, but I'm not seeing that as I mean, always there's a reference, and it's always there, and it is the work that I make. But I like to see things, how they open up and they come back. So this is yeah, it's something that I would like to explore. That I think I would like to explore it more in the, like, going to Armenia, yeah, and working there in the spot, maybe with also people, other artists. So that would be for me a challenge to be influenced with more stimuli now.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, we both DJing at the same time as we speak, so here you go. Right? Yeah, well, thank you very much for that live interview. That was very cool to hear you both talking live, actually.
Greek accents.
I definitely have a question for you, Iris. I was just curious about what's the importance of landscaping, for example, because you mentioned a lot your relationship to time and the choreographic strategies that you use. So I guess I'm just curious to hear a bit more about your relationship to space and landscape, and how do you actually define that? Like what's territory, what's landscape, what's space whenever you create work? Because I know that you've been working, in so many different places, and like whether they're let's say proscenium or theatrical, more alternative. So I was just curious about hearing you out on that.
Great. Yeah, thank you for that question. So I mean, yeah, definitely, let's say time and space go hand in hand. For me and for my work is very important. The space is very important because yeah, and the past years I'm avoiding the proscenium space and the classical theatrical context because I'm looking for a more intimate or more kinesthetic experience in the performance, and I would like to the audience and the performers to kind of live together at the same time, like cohabit the space. So and it's always very important the way the architecture of the space, where it is, all of that is definitely important. And now that you mentioned it, I haven't done work in public spaces or outside, but for next year, the project might be to actually do a performance in the public space, so in the city, and related to the history of the city and the landscape, as you say, and all of these ideas, again related to memory and time and space. So it's going to be more of an exploration in the space. I don't know if I answered.
Yeah, no, totally. But what I think is interesting is that throughout all the presentations that we had, whether we were talking like the way Hasmik is working, especially outside, and the way she articulates her work outside, definitely has an influence on the perception of the work, but also the reaction from people, like depending on whether, like, you know, you're performing Yerevan, a contemporary dance piece, or whether we as Europeans perform what is meant to be contemporary, but that would potentially look, I don't know, like habitual. If we danced in the street is interesting, because like it seems that we all have something in common, that is the quest for identity, like the question of like gendered corporealities and all that being performed in different locations, as in not necessarily spaces, but locations and territories, have a very, very, very strong impact on the reception of artworks. So I'm just wondering how it would be like if Hasmik's performance would be performed in London, and if your performance will be performed in Yerevan, and vice versa. So yeah, no, thanks for that. And I'm just curious, yeah, to hear about other people's observation or questions, or even if like some of the panelists have things to say about it.
So thanks for this.
Can I ask a question? Because like when I was looking into artists with Armenian background in roots in Greece, and I was wondering, what is the scene at the moment in Greece with like, are there, I'm not aware if there are any other artists that create work referred to Armenia or the Caucasian area.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
From my knowledge, there are some dance artists and dancers and dance artists that have Armenian in origin, or by origin, I don't know what you say. Most of them are not, let's say, I mean, the people that come to mind, maybe, I mean, most of them are, it's only the name which happens, of course, which is I mean, they don't kind of have a strong, let's say, connection through their families. Maybe it's like a Greek and Armenian and all of that, or something else. I'm trying to think. Mostly in music, like I would think of, like in music, as you know, like there's a very famous Armenian singer and writer, and who lives and works in Greece. There are musicians, a lot of musicians. I actually have met outside of Greece people that are related, or like they have a relation, their origins to an Armenian background, or through their grandmothers, or these backgrounds that are Turkish Armenian, and all of that. I don't know if I'm just forgetting someone, but you just surprised me with this question.
it just came to mind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks everyone. We're entering the third section of today's event. I hope you are still with us, and thanks for the others who just joined. Ioanna, whenever you want.
Thanks, Aline. Hello again, everyone. Thanks for still being with us. and for joining if you just logged in. So the symposium opened by addressing culture and folklore in visual arts, dance and movement practices, and questioned its survival and celebration through which their diffusion can be promoted. In addition, we looked into two researches based on two works that address Armenian heritage through different lenses. The first was about Aline Derderian's Guinic, and the second looked into the life and practice of the expressionist dancer Armine Ohanian. Then the conversation I had with Iris Karayan opened up further questions about space, corporeality, sexual identity through tradition and culture, corporeality and memory as apparatus in artistic practices, the connection with Armenia and diasporic communities, which concluded the second part of the symposium. Moving on, in an effort to focus further on how diaspora and roots impact or influence artistic practices and journeys in the visual and performing arts now, we will carry on with the third and last part, Armenianness and corporeality, contemporary diasporic practices. We will start this third part with a conversation between Valeria de la Valle and Alicia Safia. Alicia, a Los Angeles-based visual artist. Valeria and Alicia will interrogate her fine art-based multidisciplinary practice, and especially through the spectrum of her exhibition, Queens of the Caucasus. As well, we will see how her understanding of the pagan roots of the region of Armenia, among others, and how her practice tends to transcend them towards a contemporary diasporic identity. We will then move on towards the solo multimedia video work, The Ancient is Old, the Earth is Old, We Are Ancient, created by the New York-based movement artist and educator Annie Javian. With The Earth is Old, We Are Ancient, Annie is questioning the ways she holds ancestral memories, knowledge, and stories in her body. Then the symposium will come to an end with a collective conversation between the artists and the researchers involved today. So just to let you know that Alicia's interview is recorded. So if you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A function of Zoom, and we will pass them to her so she can reply them, and they will be on the blog of the symposium very soon. I think we're ready to go. Thank you. I think we can carry on now with Annie, and she's with us. Hello, welcome.
Hey there.
Thanks so much for being here today. You're in New York now, right?
Yeah, I'm in New Jersey, which is just outside of New York. Yeah.
And what time is it there now?
It's 9:15 in the morning.
Okay, well, thanks.
You've been here for such a long time. Thank you and well done for this, Annie.
Thanks for that.
Annie has created this video work, multimedia, video work. Was it created for the symposium? Was it triggered by the research, by the symposium call?
It was not triggered necessarily by the symposium call, but the particular footage that I'll share with you today was made specifically for this. And I'll talk a little bit about that I think the work that I'm doing is not necessarily a performance, but rather a practice. So so even the process of composing something to share with you today, that I wrestled with that a bit to a degree.
We look forward to watching it. So I think, yes, now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to share my work with you and to put our work in dialogue together. I think this is an extraordinarily valuable moment for us, and I'm grateful that there's dialogue between artists working with Armenianness and corporality. Today I'm going to share a bit with you. I'll speak for a bit, and then I'll share some work with you, and then of course we can have time to chat at the end. My name is Ani Sarah Javian. I am an Armenian American woman, currently residing in Metuchen, New Jersey, about 35 minutes south of Manhattan, New York City. I live on stolen Lenape land. I am the daughter of Setrak and Beatrice Janet Javian. I am the sister of Aaron Gregory Martin Javian. I am the aunt of Alara Ann Javian. I am the granddaughter of Gregory Sarkisian and Sarah Adisyan, who fled Armenia during the genocide through Beirut, Canada, and then they landed in Rhode Island in the United States. As a dance maker, I believe we are storytellers, story holders, and story makers. Story is how I experience the world. And so a bit about my upbringing, which I think is important to mention to provide some context to the work that I'm presenting today. As a child and young adult who grew up in Connecticut in the Northeast region of the US, I grew up with a relationship to my Armenianness that was narrowly about food. It was about going to church every so often. And it was about hearing my parents speak Armenian, which I did not at the time and still do not understand. I was curious though. I took advantage of opportunities in school projects to learn more about Armenia, Armenians, and our histories. And even as a kid, I was always struck by the amount of trauma that my ancestors had experienced. 25 years ago, as a teenager, when I was first really exploring these histories, I didn't understand this as trauma per se. I understood it as incredible hardship, intense fear and will that my grandparents experienced. Yet I felt somehow that I still related. It felt close to me. It was my parents' parents, my mother's mother. In preparation for this conference and for this contextualization of my work, I realized that some of the questions that I'm currently dealing with actually started some 25 years ago. I had grown up in a local dance studio and had a developing understanding of my body and its potential, and my dance training provided me an ability to kinesthetically understand. This was beyond words and language. In some way, my teenager self was already beginning to understand that despite only knowing my grandmother for 3 years before she passed, my grandmother's life was in me. Over the last 10 years, my mother's health has declined. She has a disease called supranuclear progressive palsy, which is a neurodegenerative disease similar to Parkinson's. It primarily affects her ability to move, to speak, and to see. I bring this up because I see the deterioration of my mother's health as deeply interconnected to her trauma, both lived and inherited. Her body is literally stuck. It is frozen. She sits in a chair in her home, the house that I grew up in, and over some hours, her body slowly falls to her right side. She is literally declining. Her voice is gone. She cannot be heard, and we can just barely read her lips now as she has trouble opening her mouth. It is my experience that my mother's life, similar to my grandmother's, has been about perseverance, which you will actually hear my mother state in the video that I'll share with you in a few minutes. In this work of perseverance, though, she has not metabolized her trauma, and to an extent, this disease is a physical manifestation of it. The body is where we live. It archives our actions, our interactions, and holds memory in its tissue, bones, nerve endings, and heart space. And of course, our bodies care about surviving. So how then does trauma, specifically trauma related to our lives on the line, get held in the body? More specifically, how did my grandmother's body remember the traumatic events of her life? How did that get transmitted to my mother's body? And how does that then reside in my body? I use that word reside intentionally. Again, it lives in me. It is alive in me. Trauma leaves a chemical mark on a person's genes. My interest is how movement can access that expression of those genes, how it can potentially find where and how it is lodged in the body, and then how can it begin to metabolize that trauma. Trauma is ancient. It is as old as the earth is old. Over the last few years, I've developed a practice of improvisation that is a way to allow my ancestors into the present sphere, to give them a chance to be with us now through my body. The earth is old, we are ancient is not a performance, it is a practice. It is a practice of deep listening through my body, to my grandmother's labor, to the way I remember her, to the timbre of my mother's voice, to sensation, to lineage, and so on. I've composed some of the practice into a format to share with you today. It is an archive of experience, and for the purpose of the structure of this colloquium, it is a digital archive of sorts that has been simply collaged together for presentation.
So, in that sense, I didn't feel anything. I just thought that was a normal way of looking at life. I never thought of her as being stoic. I think back on it, I think I never thought of her as being stoic. Not really. I think that I was always embarrassed by my name being so different from everybody else's. And my parents did not speak English the way other parents did. But boy, my mother got herself understood very well, and my father spoke much better English. I think they had an amazing connection to each other in survival.
They cared deeply for each other. They loved each other. And they really saw their surviving together as critical.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the best, strongest bond you could have ever had.
I think that consciously, I didn't even think about it until I was maybe in 7th grade. And the reason I remember that is because I have a history teacher, Mr. Keenan, who made reference to immigrants who, whenever you visited their home, they would always pull out food to feed you. And he looked at me and he said, "Isn't that true of your parents?" And I said, "Yes, it is." That was the first time, I think, conscious awareness, although I think it was always in my subconscious that I was different from most other kids.
Well, I think of my parents as home.
Mm-hmm.
I think of Dad as home.
Mm-hmm.
I think of you and your brother as home. That's it.
What she'd say, how she would perceive things, she'd laugh, and I just have a sense of her. So and I'm feeling like I'm more my mother now than I have ever been. But she persevered, and so am I. I'm sure they did, but nobody ever said anything to me about it. The only time a kid, and this is when I was in grammar school, I will never forget, this Portuguese boy said to me, "What am I? What are you?" And I said, "What do you mean? I'm an American." He said, "No, what are you?" And I thought, I knew what he wanted me to say. Finally, I said, "I'm Armenian." And he said, "What's that?" That's the piece of it that was the heart. People just don't know about it. And that, to me, is a travesty.
I'll just share that that was my mother's voice in the beginning. And much of the other sound that you heard was recorded during a trip to Yerevan that was last summer, 2 summers ago now, gosh, in which I actually met Hasmik, who is on this call, and yeah, and it was all field recordings from that time period. And when I was in Yerevan, it was my first trip there, and this refrain kept coming to me: "The earth is old. The earth is old." Just seeing the landscape and seeing this homeland for my family, I kept being struck by the history and the sheer sort of age of it, and feeling like all of those years, all of that was a part of my body in some form, and so that really started. That was really sort of like the moment where this whole process for me began, of figuring out how is this in my body actually, and what is that actually about, and then that led me to the trauma. Yeah, and I guess I'll end there.
Thank you very much. We're very touched. Thank you for sharing this with the conference. Would you have some time for questions? I think there is some time, right? Anyone that would like to ask something?
I have a question if we have time for it. So this was really emotional for me, also on a personal level, I have to say, because I related my grandmother ever since I've known her. She's been affected with severe Parkinson as well. So I know how it feels. And it's interesting because she's always been very, very ill, and her body, is blocked. But she's always been the most powerful and woman I know. Like, she's got this strength in her, which is ridiculously powerful, really, all around her. And it's like she never stopped, even if her body wanted it so badly. She never gave him the permission to do it. And this is because of her cultural heritage and roots, because within her roots and the way she grew up in her society and culture, it wasn't allowed to her to be weak. And I don't know, this is more like an observation rather than a question, but I wanted to ask you what you think about this. It seems to me that sometimes the heritage of someone and the culture they come from, they help to find a strength that goes behind the body itself and creates sort of hyper body somehow.
Thank you for sharing all of that. My brother and I sometimes joke, mom is superhuman somehow. The way that she, the strength is extraordinary, despite the disease and despite, again, the inherited trauma, the ancestral traumas. And yeah, I think, I'm thinking about metabolizing the trauma though. And by that, I mean sort of like acknowledging it, right? Acknowledging that it is present and that it is inherited, and that it's not just even like my own lived experience, right? But that it is centuries past experience. And the work of having to make room for that, it feels like there hasn't been in my family, in my mother's life, I can speak to, I know much more intimately than my grandmother's life through my lived experience, but that there wasn't room for that metabolizing. There wasn't room for that. It was simply what you're talking about. It was simply sort of a keep moving, keep going forward, keep the perseverance. That was it. At whatever cost it was, we just keep going, rather than really spending time with the hardship, spending time in the sort of emotional traumas that were experienced. So, and so in that way, then, the disease for her has been, through my perspective, has been a way that has manifested, has been a way that has sort of come up, and her body has told her, I need space somehow, right? Like it is, I see it's like a physical manifestation of mourning, of grieving, that is, it is always with her, it is always present. Yeah, and so what do we do with that, right? And how can movement, as my medium, then be a way to process that in some form? Yeah, thanks for sharing that.
Thank you.
There is a question that just came in from Berlin. Jasmine says, thank you very much for this. I wanted to know if Annie could describe a bit more about the performative practice she developed.
Great. Sure. So first, I'll just say that I mentioned this earlier, but this really, I'm wrestling with this right now. I think I'm in that moment of process with how does this go from practice into performance, right? What does that transition look like? How do we make that arc? This was an excellent trial for me doing this, participating in this colloquium. But I can share a bit about the practice, I guess, which, so there are a few things that come up. I feel first like the practice is sort of a practice of orienting myself and disorienting myself, of orienting myself in terms of sort of like a chronology, and then disorienting myself in that chronology as well. I also think about that in terms of space. So where this happens, oftentimes I'm doing this practice in home spaces. I've just moved it into studio spaces recently. And I'm not sure about that, to be honest. But I find that I try to do this in my home and at my mother's home. That's been available to me, and that feels like it feels sort of the most alive with memory in a way. I oftentimes wear something of my mother's or my grandmother's. So for instance, in that video, the skirt that I was wearing is my mother's skirt. I oftentimes will have photos or family heirlooms in the space with me. And also recently, which I think is sort of now crucial to this, is I'm thinking about not just like, okay, so how do we go back, but also how do we bring the past forward, right? So it's not just a process of me sort of time traveling back, but also about allowing space for the past to come forward. And one way that I'm thinking about doing that is through these images that you saw, through the digitization of image, through the digitization of my body, through sort of and of course technology is not the only way to do that, right? But it is one way to do it, and that's where I am right now. Yeah, but of course, technology is not the only way to do that. And we can think about technology much more broadly than simply just, of course, what exists in our computers and on the screen as well. So Jasmine, I hope that gives you some idea a bit more about the practice, the praxis. But I'm happy to clarify that too.
And Aline has left a note. What is absolutely striking in this work is the fact that you've transcended your siblings' trauma and state of being constrained to what I see as a very fluid physicality.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks for saying that. There's sort of the physicality. I'll say that the thing that the two sort of vocabulary themes that sort of arise often. This rolling. There's something in the rolling that's disorienting to me. I don't know where I'm going. I can't tell where I'm going. It feels like it's a collision of sorts with me and the earth. And so that I feel like I spend a lot of my time rolling. That somehow feels like it like dislodges my body, right? It dislodges stuff. And the other thing that really keeps coming up is like deep surrendering backbend. this like opening of the sternum to an extent that is beyond what's possible, to a place that almost, it hurts sometimes. And that's interesting too, right? There's something inside of that too, that like there's the rolling, which is also it's like violent in a way, it can be violent in a way. And the opening of this cracking open of this heart space that also can be violent in some way. Yeah, but throughout fluidity throughout in a way as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the term that I've used, because that's like when you see it visually, like for the first time, especially because it's a collection of works that we've seen. So that's one thing that is obvious to me. But then at the same time, because you just mentioned the use of the floor and the rolling, this is something that I can totally relate to, because like the two longest pieces that I've ever choreographed, they starts with dancers spinning around on the floor as well and lifting one another. So with the use of weight and with like how much it hurts sometimes to like lift someone, but then like finding yourself back onto the floor, which gives you the transition to like go somewhere else. So there's just that connection. Thank you very much for this presentation, Annie. That was very thanks for sharing what you shared. It was an absolute pleasure to see your work, and there's a lot to discuss. Ioanna, I think you had something to say as well.
There is something in the Zoom Q&A in French, which unfortunately I don't speak. Okay. If someone could pick it up, please.
Let me jump in. So certains plans ressemblent à des peintures abstraites. Some of the sections look like abstract paintings. It seems like il semble renvoyer la terre. It seems like it conveys some sort of that basically calls for the earth. Est-ce qu'il renvoie à une expurgation de l'émotion traumatique? Expurgation, Valeria, how would you translate this?
Aline, en fait, c'est expression. Parce que, tu vois, elle vient de se corriger après. Du coup, c'est est-ce qu'il renvoie à une expression de l'émotion traumatique? Tu vois?
So I guess that we could translate that as your connection to the earth, so the organic. Would that be a way for you to translate or express a traumatic emotion?
Would that be a way for me to express traumatic emotion through the earth? Yes. Okay. I'm
starting with some of the sections look like abstract painting. So I guess that there's a connection between abstract painting, your like the organicity of your dance, and how does that inform potentially some sort of traumatic expression, emotional expression. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to write it in English?
I'm going to, if it's okay, I'm going to interpret that question in a way and answer the question, answer it as I interpret it. And Miriam, I'm sorry if I don't explicitly answer that with what you're asking, but I can talk about connection to the earth, to say that the earth is old. I mean, I'll just repeat, the earth is old. It is old. It has seen what it has seen, right? I think I'll say this too. Like, I think sometimes about like the bottoms of my feet and the world and the amount of world that the bottoms of my feet have seen, coursing through, you know, as I go through my life. And I think that the connection to the earth, there's an inherent history in the earth, right? There's an inherent past, there's inherent trauma, there's environmental traumas as well that come up, and I think that, yeah, I think being with the earth, being a part of, I'm interested in this process of digitization as to how I can become part of the earth actually as well. Like that felt like that came up for me, and again, collaging these moments together to share with you today. And as for the surrealist painting, I think that also came up for me in a way. I appreciated the way that sort of the video editing allowed multiple realities to exist at once in a way. It wasn't singular anymore, and I think that that's inherent in this practice as a bodily practice as well, is that multiple realities are coexisting.
Ioanna, you were gonna mention something at all?
I think I'm covered with the thoughts I had prior to the Q&A. So
I guess there's just something that I'd like to add, like regarding to like that connection to the earth as well, because like all the presentations we've seen today and the different subject that we've tried to cover or at least question have that certain notion of like connect again, like I'm going back to landscape, but the connection to a country or a landscape or some images that we've been either taught or that we've seen or that we surround ourselves with, but without necessarily pointing out what they actually are, unless you go to the country, for example. So I guess that I don't know, perhaps it's just me seeing this because I you know, I try to like put my practice in mirror to everyone else's today, and so I see that, but I really see like that deep connection to the like for at least the movement practitioners that some of us are, but even in Alicia's work, there's that idea of like, you know, like the body being connected to some sort of textures all the time. And even in Margot's work that we Margot's and Oscar's film, we could see that idea of putting the body or the diasporic body in connection with a specific texture and analyze or capture what that physicality or corporeality or poetic eventually creates as another image.
Yeah, and I think this idea of homeland is it's so present for Armenians. It's in so many ways, and so even for diasporic Armenians, and for diasporic Armenians as well. And there's we think we long for it, we wrestle for it, we wrestle with it, we want to understand it, we want to be with it, be of it in a way. And so it makes sense to some degree too that the earth feels present, even if tangential. It feels it's evident inside of the work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thanks for this.
Thank you.
So I guess it's about time to conclude, and I would like to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart. It really was a special event for me, and a big challenge to manage to gather all these amazing people that we've heard in regards to the situation we're all in, regardless of where we are from, and again, as we mentioned several times, all the presentations will be uploaded on our academic blog that will have the same name as today's colloquium, so Dancing Beyond Memories. That will take place or happen in a few weeks' time. So if you have questions, please email us or find us on the social medias, ask your questions, and we'll try to answer them, because we really believe that the conversation that we initiated today is a thinking process, and that it's definitely not the last event that we hold. So I would like to thank again all the panelists for sharing your work with so much honesty and passion, for answering our questions. Thank you so much for your hard work, and for the coordinators for your beautiful questions. And for people who've listened to us all day long. It was a long event, I know, and I'm aware of it. I think it was important to have all these amazing people gathered at once for an entire day. That was, you know, especially tailored to them. So thanks everyone, and hopefully we'll speak together soon. I guess that we can all, you know, show our faces for the last round of like bye and before we quit.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Iris.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciated today and everybody. So hope this continues somehow.